So we've been looking at not eyes operating the last day or two, so did you notice it? Now, next was their tricks at attempting to get one to identify with them. I to identify with the not I, right? Now this is what we'll try to talk about for a minute or two. You can always tell when I catches somebody else, of course you can't see yourself, but when the person is observing objectively, they look very bright. And the minute a not I hypnotizes them, they look like you hit them in the head with a rubber hammer. So it's rather easy to observe. Now, I will share with you, if you like, what not eyes I see as being the most powerful around. Would you like to know? The most powerful one is a learning not I. It says, now if you'll just learn all this, you'll have it. And of course that's a very respectable one. It wears a blue serge suit, dark tie, white shirt, cufflinks, the whole bit. And it sounds like you could go with that one all right, huh? Learning I, they jump up. And then the next one is a self-improving I that says, now you've got to change what you just noticed there. One jumps up and says, you see that bum over there. You've got to change that. You just can't have that one going around here getting angry or doing this or doing that or wanting some other way. The third most common one we see is the one that says we've sure got to keep a good picture of self up. We can't let it be known that there is anything in here but the best. That one could be probably called the vanity I, and the pride I tries to defend it. So those are the four most powerful ones that we have all been around. When somebody at your front door, son. And those are all very respectable ones, aren't they? Very respectable. But the respectable one is a hypnotist the same as the less respectable one. Come in, Joy. And you will see that they are constantly reoccurring. Now, if I can look and report to X, there's a self-improver wanting, Bob's trying to improve himself. Bob is trying to keep up a good picture of himself. Bob is trying to learn something here. Then those don't get you hypnotized. Now, they're neither good nor bad, right nor wrong. It is merely a simple thing. But you see, those conditioned ones that says you've got to keep up a good front has the full authority of Mama on it. That says, and she's pretty powerful, you know. We've been hypnotized by Mama for a long, long time. And when she comes and hollers, we feel we really should pay attention. You know, Mama is now internalized. Mama's been dead these many years, but she's not dead. She lives right back here. And every time I start to do something, she says, what do people think? I believe embarrass the whole family, you know, and of course I have, so I've left that part of the country. Now, she's came with me, though. She came along. And she lives out west in the wind these days, so still hollers, what do people think? I'm almost everything. You've got to keep up a good front. So you will find that these are very powerful hypnotists. Now, they're nothing to be ashamed of, nothing to be proud of. After all, we just came in from another planet. We are observing Earthlings, and Earthlings carry all these people around in their heads. So if you observe those, you will notice that there's a lot of very powerful suggesters, and there's a lot of suggesters that's just pretty good. But those four happen to be extremely powerful. The learner, the self-improver, the one that keeps up the vanity of keeping up a good front, and the pride which defends that it is there, okay? Now those four are very powerful suggesters, and when you merely observe them and say, report to X, Bob says if you can learn this, everything will be fine. And another one that says, he's got to improve the blood thing there. That was a bad one you just looked at. We've got to straighten that out. We've got to improve that and remedy it right away. And that gets you in the bottom.
I've slept with those adulterers all my life without being criticized.
Right.
Yes.
Right. It's respectable. Very respectable. Right.
Dr. Bob, when I see the conditioning going on, and I guess there's a tendency to identify with it.
I would say a little more than a tendency.
Well,
let's say a compulsion.
Well, I'm probably not using the right words. I'm trying to convey it properly. But when I realize that I am X, that this is life's energy, is this a hypnotic state that I'm putting myself in? Or putting infinity into?
We'll wait and find out. You see, the learning eye is trying to get it all reasoned out now, and then it'll have it.
Well, there's a sensation, a different sensation when that happens.
And as soon as the situation arises that you're really observing, while one of the good reasoner eyes comes up and says, now let's get this all reasoned out and learn it, and then we'll have it. And that's when your face goes blank. The reasoner says, let's figure it out so we can keep this faith.
Yes.
Okay. We're not trying to keep anything, you see. It's only for this moment. And the minute you start keeping it, now you are struggling to have the same thing continue. You have a goal, and the self-improver or the reasoner eye, the learning is all got in there and says, now we'll fix it where you can have this all the time. Is that right? Okay?
That's right.
And of course, we've listened to those so long that there is quite a compulsion to go with them. But the point is that we withstand that temptation and merely look. Now, everybody who begins to observe self is very quickly subjected to temptation, such as to have a good feeling all the time, and etc. Now, some of you may have read a story about a great man who came in who had begun to really see self. And he was immediately subjected to temptation. One of the temptations was that he could perform wonders of, says, well, after all, now, if you're all this great thing you've got up here, you're one with X, you ought to be able to turn rocks into bread, shouldn't you? And he didn't succumb to that temptation. You see, that's to throw doubts into what you have seen. Another one jumped up in a minute and said, if you are all this powerful, you ought to be able to stand on the top of a skyscraper and jump off and not even bruise your heel.
While everybody's watching.
While everybody's watching, so you'll be really a big wheel and you can show up. And he didn't succumb to that one either. And then he said, well, now, if you were all this, you could rule the whole world because you have all knowledge and you are one with X, Spirit, God, whatever. You can rule the whole world. And he didn't buy that one. But you will notice that these suggesters are constantly telling you that you can do everything, anything, everything, that you can get over all your symptoms. You should never have a symptom anymore if you really see it. And well, you wouldn't have a symptom any kind, would you? And it will get you over all your problems. Now, if you really had seen anything, you wouldn't have any problems, etc., etc. Of course, some not-I produces a problem. It says it ought to be more, better, and different than what it is, and we have never objectively looked at what's the problem. Because you see, that's to wake up one more night. When you can look at two beings in there fighting and they're asking for more, better, and different, you don't have the problem anymore. You just look down at it. And it's, it's a little story going on down there. We don't have to do that. Only way to handle the problem is to wake up one more notch. But this temptation to have one of these not-I's tells you now that you have experienced something for even a moment, you are a marvel. And there's no way you can fizzle from now on. That is a big temptation. Tells you ought to have all sorts of wonders. And if you try one of those wonders, that's that guy that works in the world that says, if you get anything, you got to sign the wonder to show for it. And he constantly produces doubt in your mind. You see, that's his whole occupation. If he can get you to doubt that you were really reporting to X, he says, well, if you were, then you would have all these signs, wouldn't you? That's called temptation. And he had suckered in on that one pretty easy. So today, if we may, after looking at that, we will talk about values. Now, we're not talking about making things important. We are seeing the relative value of things. Now, as one is objectively observing, one sees that certain things produces havoc in the body. In other words, if the battle goes on, it messes up the battlefield. So you see that has no value. Now, this observer from outer space says these people on Earth do some funny things, but they don't have any value, obviously, because it destroys them. So one sees that has no value. One sees that things work pretty well under certain things, so it puts that first, or better up in the line. One sees that one's total value, the greatest value, is to be objectively aware. If one's seen that as the greatest value. Now it sees that the self has as its greatest value to be non-disturbed, doesn't it? In all levels, and they have gone to levels. But this is the greatest value, so the conditioned person that is being observed. So I take the point somewhere, and it doesn't matter where you put the point. It could be anywhere. There's a point here observing Robert. And he sees that Robert's prime value is to be non-disturbed, but in the effort to be non-disturbed, he's destroying it. It's a destructive thing. So he says, well, I don't have any value, so I'm not putting more value on that. I wouldn't value that. But he sees that the self is putting all its value on being non-disturbed. Then I puts value on being an accurate reporter to X. That's what he sees as a value. This I puts value first and foremost. Value on objective reporting. Now, whatever one has one's value on happens to be the easiest thing you do. Stop and think for a minute that is something you never have to really work at. It's just spontaneously working on it. Is that right? You don't have to stop and think and cogitate. Whatever you put your greatest value on. If you put your greatest value on being dressed up pretty, it's really no effort, is it, Norma? Just that's spontaneously go at it. You don't have to say, I almost forgot it. It never forgets, does it, dear? And never. So you see that we have valued being non-disturbed, the not I. The I has been hypnotized into feeling that is the epitome of value. Now the objective observer begins to see that is not even a value, it is possibly a detriment. Now that if it happens as a byproduct, it's fine, but if it happens as struggling towards it, it's going to make nothing but struggle, conflict, resistance, and the cry for more, better, and different if you get a little. Is that right? Does it indicate? So, one of the first statements we've ever used is there's two fundamental statements. One is when I make anything important, I'm anxious, and the second one is when I have come to a conclusion, made a decision. That decision is the rule of attitude action until such time as it is discovered and reevaluated. Now, discovered, it has to be discovered without identifying. You're just looking at it like we'd look at the table over here. Okay? Now, as one observes this and sees that it is a detrimental thing, I begins to remember what its chore is, what its prime value is. Now, what is your prime value at this moment?
Comfort.
And pleasure. Now, that is the value of joy. Now, the one that's standing off and observing it surely sees that that's not worth very much. Observed as much as 8 minutes all told, it begins to see that one's not worth very much. That reporting directly to X, as you said a little while ago, there was a whole different feeling. There incidentally is a whole different look on the person. They light up like you turned the lamp on. And when they go back to the conditioned one, the light goes out. You can see it wherever you look. So you see very few with the light turned on. So they usually attract a lot of attention and so forth, but nobody knows why. But they have a light turned on, where the dead ones are the one that's hypnotized, and that the whole purpose of living is to be non-disturbed, and I is identified with it. You see, the minute this I identifies with this one, it's all inside. Now it's hypnotized. This is subject to being hypnotized. So it is 100% subject to suggestion 100% of the time. Now, Faye and I were looking at one of these little things last night, and many statements come out where the little tempter said, well, if you're part of X, you shouldn't be subject to this. You know, you shouldn't be subject to this. You ought to be able to jump off the temple's fire and not bruise your heel. So, you know, we begin to think of all the attributes that one person, we've used the word integration. Somebody else has used it as completed or perfected man, which means he's completed. He's one. Now we jump at conclusions from all these ideas of the not I's as to the attributes of that person. Is that right, man? Do you know any of them?
Quite a few.
What are they, sir?
Attributes of the...
integrated man, the one, the perfected, the completed man. Now, logic and reason will tell you what they are, won't they? Good, let's hear it.
Oh, it would always be non-disturbed.
All right. So he's already caught back down here. Right. First one. Okay, so he's subject to suggestion.
And he'd be respectable.
Yeah. Undisturbed. Respectable. Of course, that is conflict right there. It's a contradiction to begin with. But that's all right. So now we got a man fully contradicted that we're going to define as a integrated man.
He may not be respected as much as he's admired.
Admired. But I've noticed that most of them got hung on trees, had their heads cut off, things like that. That's another contradiction, okay? But you see, the not I's are grabbing you and pulling you right down, telling you what you're going to be like when you're out integrated man. Now, let's have some more.
Above.
Yeah, these things here that you can reason out, that you know by logic and reason, which is always true because anything that's logical is bound to be true, the nature of an integrated man or a perfected or a completed man. He's admired, he's respected, he's not disturbed.
Always does the right thing.
Does the right thing. Of course, nobody knows what that is, but...
when you function on a higher level, whatever you do it so well, and you have to...
Well, what is the higher level? What's it like? I want to know what it is. That's a comparative term. I want a description here. These are these descriptions here.
He works
It's
for
admired.
mankind.
Huh?
Works for mankind.
He helps everybody. He's a nosy old...
About power.
Huh?
About power.
All power. He can control everybody. We're describing the devil every minute here.
His senses are going to be increased. So
Huh?
his senses will all be increased before he's more powerful.
More
They're more powerful, more sensitive.
Right. In other words, he'll have more pleasure than anybody else.
We want that one in there.
Well, that's what you mean by he'll be more pleasurable, because he won't have his pain increased, will he?
No, this is
More pleasure. Come on. Tell some more. What's this integrated man like?
John said he never gets sick.
Never gets sick. Always feels good. Well, that comes under non-disturbance, I believe, there. Just disgustingly healthy. Never gets tired. He's made of the seamless steel through and through. He always has lots of money, too.
Plenty. Plenty.
Plenty. Always has lots of it. And because he's a success, he can do anything, so he's bound to have money after all. Everybody knows that.
We can turn water into wine, so we can turn...
So, without a license, even. Bill, you can serve wine now. As soon as you get integrated, you can set a glass of water on the table, and everybody can have wine, and you don't have to buy a liquor license, okay? Now, what are we describing here? What everybody has... we're describing a devil. The demon in Lucifer himself. Is that right? So do you see what the not I's keep holding up? Now, if you get integrated, you'll have all this. And he's taking you right back down the pole.
Okay, now the original question you asked is, do I know the attributes of...
An integrated man.
Okay, so now let me give you the ones I think I know now.
Okay.
Okay. He is non-predictable.
Non-predictable. So he's not respectable there.
Right.
So we'll have to say non-respectable.
He may not even be admired anymore.
If he's non-predictable, he's... nobody can admire him because they say, well, you never know what he's going to do next. He's non-consistent, so he's non-admired. He is criticized. Okay. What else we got?
He doesn't make things important.
Nothing important, so he's a no good. You can't trust him with something because he won't make it important, will he, Ben?
That's right.
You can't trust him about the steakhouse that night because while you're gone, because he won't make it important.
And he finds most everything quite interesting.
Finds interest in all sorts of things. Okay, then at least he won't be bored, will he? And he won't be bored. That's one sure thing. He won't bore you.
Keep standing.
You may run, but you won't get bored, will you? Okay? Now the point is we don't know, even though we assume certain things. In other words, one of them may be this way and one of them may be some other way. And he said he's non-predictable, and this would mean that all the rest of these is gone immediately because this would have to be predictable. So the point is that we would find out what it is like. And that's all we know, and we would never finish finding out. We'd only see that it has infinite capability. Because one may be expressed one time and one another. Somebody may be expressed as having my peace, and somebody else tells he's the man of sorrows. Is that right? Because he might look at things and cry every once in a while because of the nature of it. But the point is, we don't know. So, you see that all not I's will offer some attributes. And they will tell you if you will ally with it. Now, I has a feeling of not being whole and complete because it's not as a function. I is a function and not the thing in itself. So it feels a need for an ally. Now here is all kinds of voices screaming and hollering and offering all sorts of wonderful future rewards and etc. to be its ally. And it's telling you, just come join me, everything will be all right, huh, Jim? You just get in with me, we got it made. You just get with this self-improving eye, we'll get it made. Get the learner, we'll get it made. Get the keeping up a good front, and we got it made. And defend our position, and everything will be made. If you got power over other people, you can perform wonders, and you'll hold all these up. And I, being a function, is 100% subject to suggestion 100% of the time, and frequently gets caught. All of us have been most of our lives. Okay? Now, when it begins to see this, that it is 100% subject to suggestion 100% of the time, it puts a value on being awake. If you know that you're 100% subject to suggestion 100% of the time, you pay attention. But you never believe that. See, there's not a symbol. I can charge everything. Nobody can hypnotize me. I always just, when I used to play with such things in our experiments, I always liked somebody to say, you can hypnotize me. I just love that one. Boom, they're gone. They're a lot easier than the ones that says, I want to be hypnotized, because they're trying to help you. So you have to get their attention off of being hypnotized before you can do it. But everybody is 100% subject to suggestion 100% of the time. And the most powerful suggestors are these. These are the ones. Now, if we may go a little further, these are suggestion 100% of the time. These are constantly suggesting 100% of the time. So, I can never find what its true ally is until it comes in contact with certain kinds of teaching which came from some other realm. No man dreamed it up. And then I can begin to see that it does have an ally over here, and that it really is its true nature. So then it begins to work for its ally. And it puts the greatest value on that rather than listen to this herd of thugs who is constantly trying to keep it hypnotized. Now, if you knew that you were around certain people always trying to hypnotize you, and you was around somebody else who was interested in your well-being, which one would you spend the time with? Right? Which one?
I choose the one that help me wake up.
Working with you to wake up. is interested in your well-being. The other is interested in their well-being. These are all interested in their well-being. X has no state, it's fine like it is, but it is interested in this. Now, we frequently use the word love. That X loves I. Not all this bunch down here, these false signs, but that one. They'll give it anything it wants. Now, the word love in possibly could be, say, value. If you love something, you value it, don't you? In any level. If you love your dress, you value it. If you love your appearance, you value it. If you love a building, you value it. Insure it, protect it, take care of it, what have you. So, if you love a person, you value that person's companionship, friendship, whatever. Is that right? You value it. Now, value equals love. So the only attribute that I can really have is love, or call it value. This is its waking up state. Now, if its value is being one with X, what do you think it'll do? You think it'll stay on the job fairly easy and remember what its job is? Now, if it values all these not I's that's pretended to be its friends, those people that you had called fair weather friends down in Egypt, and when your money's all gone, they let you go live with pigs. They was man take care of. But when they get you in trouble, well, then they're ready to go. All right? Now, we have loved darkness. This is darkness, is it not, Max? You bet. And what have you valued? Man has loved the darkness, not the light. Somebody said, Now here's the light. And we really didn't know about it, so you couldn't love it, because it was, if we heard about anything in that nature, it was a long way off somewhere. And maybe after you was dead, you might get kicked around by it. And it probably didn't love you. It was tolerating you if you was good, and if you was bad, it was waking up. Throw you in a pit of fire and brimstone. Right. Now, that you couldn't very well value. I don't care how hard you try. You may fear it, but that's a poor kind of value. But if you see that that is your very nature, that is home, that is everything that is valuable, and that is your total function, then you begin to value doing that. But now all we have valued or loved all of our lives is to gratify the senses on all levels. Is that correct? Now this we've loved. So now here is some re-evaluation. Now first we have to discover, and you can only discover that you have loved this with every ounce of our strength. We never forgot to serve it. And that has been called darkness. Man loved darkness. It's been called mammon. What else, man? Sin, missing the mark. Man loves this. Now, he's never loved this. Now, all the commandments are summed up in what, Max?
Love the Lord.
Thy God. With all thy heart and all thy strength and all thy might and everything you got. And love your neighbor as yourself. Now, this one loves what? Conditioning. Beyond all things.
Pleasure.
Pleasure and comfort, my own sensations. All thoughts, all considering, all ideas are directed how does this affect me. Never about the other person. Well, now, if you'd be nicer to me, you're not smiling at me. I'm sure she's disapproving of me. And I'm all torn up inside. Somebody did something. They did it deliberately to me. We never think they're just trying to have pleasure and comfort. We know they're deliberately pointing it at me and jabbing that dagger at me. Now, this is all concerned with being non-disturbed, having pleasure, comfort, attention, approval, and importance, which is the ability to control others. That's when you feel important, when you can control them, push them around, make them do what you want to. Now, that has been our love. And what has it led to, if I may ask? Inside. I'm not talking about your outside state, your inner state. What's it led to?
Disintegration.
Falling apart, it seems, getting old, troubles, worries, anxieties, trouble with other people, etc. Now, if one could reevaluate, and this I sitting out here can observe both at this moment and can reevaluate. Now, we suddenly change mind. There's no thing can change. It change what it loves. That is repentance, the turning about from loving darkness to loving light. Light, the source of all energy, being itself. Now, would you rather have a little discomfort once in a while and be in contact with that mind, or would you rather struggle away to be comfortable and be miserable all the time? And because unfortunately we've lived with a few moments of pleasure, a few moments of fun here and there, and an awful lot of anxieties and worries. Is that about right for the bill? We always have some distractions. It's very pleasant, but we get off a little bit and it's noise. All right? Now, the word love possibly means valuing. Now, if you love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and thy strength, you make it the greatest value. Value above all else. Now, the word fear is used the same way in certain places. The fear of the Lord is what, Max? The beginning of wisdom, isn't it? Yep. So, fear equals love. That word, it was so similar in the Greek that they got translated together. Value the Lord above all else. Value the light. Light above all else is the beginning of wisdom. And the two words got kind of crossed that night, so don't get sorry about that. Now, there's other words that fear is used and translated as this thing we have in the shoulder plexus. Now, if one values this, then there is no fear of the solar plexus kind. There would be this one, you see. Now, this is, to many people, has been contradictions, that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, but perfect love casts out fear.
I wanted to put meaning in there also. The values
equals meaning.
Meaning and in the first.
What is the greatest meaning to me means what I have valued. Is that right, Alan?
I was thinking of the first verse of John where he says, meaning has been around before, now, and always.
Right. Meaning or value or love. Somebody's always valuing something. You can't operate unless you're valuing something. You would never move. If you didn't value getting a drink, you'd never get up and go get a drink of water, would you?
The 4 Greek words for love are also levels of value.
Right. Aren't they? And they're all a value system. Now, if we see this, we turn about, which is called repentance, and you're bound to see it if you observe self objectively. One day you put more value on something and you devalue that which you formerly valued so much. It goes clear out of value. It's counterfeit, and you wouldn't value counterfeit anymore, You may have a $100 bill, and until you found out it was counterfeit, you'd value it. As soon as you find out it's counterfeit, get rid of the thing, because it's dangerous to have around, isn't it? And get you in jail. I'll burn that one. If you ever see me burn the $100 bill, you'll be sure that Robert Sullivan's coming. But this is a counterfeit. It is the darkness. Man has loved it, valued it. That footing being non-disturbed has been his greatest value. Has that been your greatest value? Yours, down the line, Now, this we have loved or valued the darkness. The conditioning, which is not I. We have valued. We have seen it as our greatest something to serve. We have accepted the teachings of Mammon, which is that the senses are all important. It is today called humanism. That the greatest value is man's inner state. Now, the teachings of Mammon is a real teaching. It is not something you imagine, because it is taught to you from the day you live, the day you are born. It is not something that just happens to you. There is a teaching in the world that is today goes under the name of many things, but basically humanism. And that teaches you that the greatest value is how you feel, how you sense, and are you getting enough sensations, or you ought to have some more, and etc. And then they have techniques as to how to get it. Now the other teaching is a teaching that comes from some realm that no man knows where. No man I have ever met, and I've met a lot that's worked in it, and no one will claim credit. And you can read all the books about it, and nobody ever claims credit for it. It came from a different realm of mind, from a higher mind. We can use it. And that teaching teaches you what your ally is and points out some way that you may discover what to value. Okay? Now, what do you value? Miss Payne? Being non-disturbed? Or would you gladly be disturbed a bit?
Oh, gladly.
Okay, that's quite different, isn't it? But
Yes.
you'll be a little disturbed. It doesn't matter. Now, you're going to be disturbed. I'll guarantee you that. We'll all be disturbed. Second force is always around. But which one are you trying to do? Avoid second force or get in contact with what's real?
Not I. And he said, now are you doing it right?
Mm-hmm.
Will Dr.
That's
Love
the
tell you to use the
temptation.
light on?
That's the temptation, you see. See if you're getting the time.
Well, mine-
So who cares what that one says? So you just report these not I saying. Am I going to be approved of for doing this?
No, he wants to know that it's doing it right.
I know. That's that self-improver that wants to be sure that's the right thing. So there's one down there hollering, are you doing it right? Who knows what's right? We're just doing what we're doing. We are seeing what's the bad. Okay? But the tempter is immediately on the job, says, if you're doing it, you'll be doing it right. Now, what is right? Nobody knows. Ellen, what about that? Would you suffer a little bit of inconvenience in order to do that, or would you rather spend your time struggling to be non-disturbed?
I'm going to experience it anyway.
The non-disturbance, the disturbance, you're going to do it anyway, so you might as well be busy going the other way. What looks the most bad to you at this moment? It's the only moment we're doing anything. What looks the most bad?
It seems rather ridiculous to try to avoid it.
Avoid not being disturbed.
Avoid the disturbance.
Right. So that's worthless. So we see that has no value, so we might find something else, okay? At least experiment with it. What's the most value to you, Joni? Get over all your little disturbances or be fully awake? But there will be little disturbances. Who cares? That's just in Joni. It's not in you. I can observe Joni being a little disturbed. Now, if you wait to get over all of the disturbances, you know how many years it'll take? So the day they called a man with a big Cadillac station wagon. You ever see a Cadillac station wagon? They got a couple, 3 places here in town. Got Cadillac station wagons. John, what about you, sir? What have we loved all of our life? Darkness. We have followed the teachings of the Master Mammon. That is no disgrace. It is only that, well, I'll turn around, which is what is meant by the word repentance. It doesn't mean sit down and feel guilty. It means turn about. About face, I'm going another way. I'm looking for another ally today. The man down in the hog pen in Egypt in the little story of the prodigal son was what? He turned about. He'd been serving Mammon. Huh? And he saw that Mammon led you to the hog pen. And that the hogs were better off than he was. They didn't have any conflict, and he did. So he got up there going home. It might have been a long trip, might have been a little uncomfortable, it might have been tiring, it might have been a little hungry and cold at night, sleeping out on the desert, as far as the story goes. But he turned about and started in another direction. Now, did he get a great reward immediately in Imdb, or did that take a little time for a trip?
It took a little time.
For a trip.
Probably pretty hungry, too.
I imagine so. A little cold at night on the desert, because the Egyptian desert is very much like the New Mexico desert in the fall and winter and spring. It blows. So, a little disturbance along the way, but would you have a value, those would seem nothing, wouldn't they? Now, if you put a great value on something, your inconveniences in trying to get it has never bothered you, has it, Bill? Huh?
Not at all.
Not at all. We see that. Okay, let's concentrate on value and who we would pay attention to as the teaching. Now, the teaching Mammon is screaming and hollering and promoting and running bait and switch ads. X runs no ads, but it's always there. And it's kind of quiet, and it lets for you to come towards it, not the other way around. But the bait and switch operator, which is, you know what a bait and switch operator is? That's the one that offers you great rewards, great bargains, and then clips you.
Switches the bait.
Switches, well, you don't get the bait. You only look at the bait when you get there.
Andy is the famous Andy series. Was that it's large print that gives it to you, and the small print that
Takes it away. Sometimes salesman, the bait and switch store. He shows you what was advertised and you wouldn't have it. And then he really builds you up and takes your loot and sends you home. But
it's necessary to get clipped, though, before you...
yeah, well, you've been clipped, haven't you? Trimmed a little bit here and there. Right. So we wake up to the fact that Mammon is a bait and switch operator, and that X does no advertising. You have to go toward it because you value it, and not because it is promoting you. Now, Mammon offers you great rewards, pleasures, comforts, drops of attention, power over others, rule the whole world, etc. And that you'll feel good and wonderful and everything. But it never delivers. I believe everybody here has taken a few courses from Mammon. And have you gotten what you paid for, or did you get clipped? Tell me about it. How about you? I bought many courses from Mammon.
pretty high price.
And every time the price got higher, I suckered into buying more, and it never did deliver the goods. It was a bait and switch operator, and I've always been very thankful for having worked in a bait and switch store for a few weeks for my friend Glenn Newell. I found out what Mammon was. It was a bait and switch operator, and it's made it very plain to me ever since that the urge to be non-disturbed, all the not eyes, are a powerful advertising agency telling you you're going to get marvelous bargains and wonders, and all you get is clipped.
Seems like X told us that he already found the creation good.
Right, it is, but we didn't see that. We got to improve this thing, we never heard that. So one day we begin to see a different value. When we do, the observer sees a different value, and it no longer is controlled by suggestion from the not I. It's still subject to it, but it's not controlled by it. And it puts a value on being an ally with X, the non-advertiser, who gives you true values, but he never advertises and promotes, you see. Now, obviously, everybody that's been around knows that the school does not promote nor advertise. And if we do hear something being advertised, we holler a little bit about it, because you have to come to it, not it goes out promoting and advertising for you. Is that right, Max? Always hollered about Max. Max is, he wants to simplify things for people in the world, and so he wants to advertise, and I've always
good.
Helpful,
I feel like you.
Right, you got to do it out there and get the people all in and get them all straightened out whether they want to or not. You got to save the world. And you call that zeal, but the other word for it is salesmanship. And you do not promote, you do not advertise, and you'll never see big ads running around to attend the store or anything of the sort. Bill Nunn told me that after all, let's get this thing show on the road and promote it. I said, fine. Let's do, and I left and went to Colorado. But, so he didn't have to advertise. But, this sounds so good, but you see, Mammon is the bait and switch operator, does powerful amount of advertising, morning, noon, and night, promotion, has salesmen out all over the world of every conceivable variety, printed, newspapers, radio, every conceivable thing, promoting for Mammon. X runs no ads. It has no advertising agency, but it does exist, and it says you are welcome, but you have to take the incentive to go to it. You are sold on the idea. Okay? Let's take a little bit of break, and that's something to think about while you're taking a break. There's many ways that a discouraging not I works, and when all else fails, they send him on. job. He is the pinch hitter. When he can't get you in any other way, then they have a quick conference around the beer table and says, send old Discourager in. And Discourager goes up and says, you probably aren't doing it right. You didn't do it over 3 or 4 minutes. You probably aren't even here for the right reason. And you never will succeed. And if you do, how do you know you're doing the right thing? So the Discourager not eyes the pinch hitter, and I think most of you will hear him many times. You ever hear him, Benny? It's pretty common. He visits you quite often, that he is quite around. So the not eyes, there is many, and when all else fails, they send the Discourager in. All else fails. Did you heard him?
Oh, loud and clear.
You change it 2 times, never get it.
Oh, I can sense.
That way it is. Make it 10. He's the knockout captain. He's a pinch hitter, and he's pretty good. Isn't he, Adam? He's a powerful one. Always, we have to somewhat look at things by parallels. A parallel means something similar, not exact, but similar. Now, many years ago, most people were acquainted with farming and sheep herding and so forth, so they use little stories about that. So today, we're more acquainted in the aero stage of travel, so when we ride an airplane, whether you fly one, you fly a little beam called an Imdb, and it goes a pleasant little beep, 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 tells you're on the line. Right, Max? Max says
Not anymore. Not anymore.
You got a sign now.
Yeah.
But at any rate, you know you're on the beam. Now, when we are objectively observing, we're on the beam. Now, due to many things, the little plane will get off, or the big jet, or whatever it is, will get off of the beam. And you have a signal that immediately tells you when you're off the beam. Right, Max? We have one. It's called your solar plexus. That is the beam station. And it beeps a very peculiar signal. It shows that you're off the beam. It goes,
And then twitches.
and it jumps all over. And so the little needle goes jumping, and you know that you get back on the beam. Now, you don't criticize because you're off the beam, because that would be a waste of time. The pilot threw up his hands and says, what a mess, I'm off the beam. I don't want to ride with it. He goes to hunting around, and he gets back on the beam in a little bit. And he may overcorrect and go across it and come over here, but he comes on back, and he gets on the beam. Now, as long as you're on the beam, there is everything going fine. Now, when you get off the beam, the signal in the solar plexus lets you know it, right there. Now it's time to let that discouraging eye get in and say, you can't fly with it there. You got off the beam 3 or 4 times today, huh?
Or you're feeling too good.
Yeah. You're sure you're doing the right thing. He's discouraging anyway. You really should be suffering more if you're really doing it. Maybe the Omni went out. You're feeling all right, the station went out. Huh? Do you ever wonder if the instruments were wrong, Alan?
I never had any.
You did. But you can even wonder sometimes if the gas gauge is doing right and all the other things.
Dead reckoning.
Yeah, dead reckoning. Mostly
Didn't
dead.
have an electric gas gauge. It was a mechanical filter.
But you wonder sometimes they're stuck up.
I did.
It had a little dip of dirt in the line. You begin to doubt the instrument. Huh? But as long as you're on the beam, it goes on. Now, how far does that beam go? We all in this world down here where Mammon teaches us, there is a goal, and you get to the goal, you've got the whole bit. Is that right? You're always struggling for a goal. Life is everlasting, eternal. It has no end. So we're always on the beam forever, only when we get off. There is no destination. It is a traveling, not a quick little trip that we'll get to a destination. We'll always travel. So don't be looking for an end on the road. But you see, the Mammon says, well, when are you going to get there? You must not be doing anything. You know, the discourager says, you're not getting anywhere. You haven't gotten anywhere at all. And Mammon continually advertises with these kind of ads, you know. Here is a bait and switch ad. It's a big, dirty-looking ad, but most people respond to these ads. You put a pretty ad, nobody shows, but you put these big old dirty ones, like Bill run last weekend for Steakhouse, and people show those. So a bait and switch ad is what Mammon always puts out for you to get there, and he offers a reward, an end. How long is life if you were really alive, says the book for the Max. Everlasting. So would there be a goal on it anywhere, or is it the living that counts, not getting to an end?
On your airplane simile here, I got an interesting story. Everybody assumes the airplane goes faster than a car, right? My little old airplane that had a wind sat there and the cars were going by me.
Yes, I have.
I was really doing a good flying job, and I felt
Going over.
as long as I didn't expect to be there for the cars, I was okay.
As you notice, the wind blows in New Mexico. Those of you that don't live here have only been here for a short time. This starts the usual. This is official welcome to the land of enchantment today. I had a friend over in Albuquerque, had him myself a nice little airplane, Dr. Saxton, and he was going to learn to fly blind one day, his practice. The wife was navigating and he's flying. She's sitting there with all this navigation. They were going to Raton. She's unknown. And she said, well, we should be approaching Raton. So Jack looks out, they're still sitting over a 7-bar flying ranch. Now, they had the exact headwind with the exact amount of flood, and they sat up there all afternoon.
But it was just as good for that pilot's practice.
Right,
He'd have gone
right, but you didn't have to fly back. You could just go in there. But Jack was a little disturbed over that. So he sat up there for 2.5 hours. He should be in Raton, flying blind, wise navigating. And she'd even tell him when to raise because we went over mountain ranges and everything. When we got to look over and make an approach to the airfield in Raton, and looked over and they're still sitting over the airport and took off. So Jack sold his airplane. Might be a better way to get there than that stupid thing. So we see that there is something we called value and love a while ago, which means much the same. Now, if we really put a value on something, but so many of us don't really value anything very much one way or the other, we play it down the middle. Sounds pretty good, mostly, doesn't it? Play it down the middle, and you really don't get this or that. Now, there's an old teaching story that a man from out in a small town like Roswell or somewhere went to the big city to do some buying for his little store on the week. We'll say he went to Dallas, Big D. So he went down to Dallas, and his son here at home told him to bring a book back, the book the boy was interested in. He couldn't buy it down at Cobean's, and so Pop was going to get it one of the big bookstores in Big D. When he got there, he met a friend, and I guess he got charged up on the airplane, but when he got off, he met a good drinking buddy, and they was throwing a pretty good spree. And he suddenly remembered he better go get this book. So he asked the friend to go with him, so they staggered down the street to the bookstore. Found the book, and he looked inside, and the book said $5. So he laid a $5 bill and the tax out, and the salesman said it's $7.50. So the drunk opened up the book again, and he said it says $5 there. And the salesman still intent on making a tip because drunks don't come in every day to the bookstore. So he said, well, sure, it says $5, but with the other $2.50 is for the postage. We have to pay on the book again here. The price of the book's $5 and $2.50 for the postage. So the drunk contemplated this for a few minutes, and he laid out a $10 bill, and he said to his friend, when you go on a spree, I always say go whole hog, including the postage. In other words, if you're going to be a sinner, be the best. If you're going to be a saint, be the best. Now, in the story that's told of the prodigal son, it includes another story in it of a boy who stayed at home. Now, the one went whole hog. He took all of his money, and he went whole hog till he wound up in a hog barn. He went whole hog, including the postage. He was broke. He spent it all. He went on a spree and took his whole inheritance and blew it. He really did up a good job. But then he turned around and went home. And he did that whole hog, including the postage. But he had a brother who had stayed at home who never really went whole hog at anything. And the brother was kind of disturbed by the whole thing, and the old man kind of had to fiddle him around. He told him he'd never done one way or the other. He hadn't taken advantage of what he did, however, anything else. So many of us never put much value on anything. We're kind of afraid to. So when we only do things part way, of course, we take longer to get back on the beam, and maybe a discouraging eye says, well, you should never fly anymore. You got off the beam twice this afternoon. But if you're going to fly whole hog, you know. So when we value, we put all of it regardless. So, all right, I bump my head into the wall someday. That may happen. So what? I'll bump it hard. Not going to be just fiddling around with it. So when one sees that there is basically what is called love is concerned with valuing. Now, if you're going to value somebody just a little bit, you really don't love them very much, do you? Okay. If you value them a lot, you go whole hog, huh? Always. Now, this is what we are talking about. Do we love what we are looking at enough to really see the value in it? The value, or I love finding out for myself. I want to find out what it's like to continually observe objectively Robert. As I observe him, I will find out. Now, there is no end. You don't get to the end of the road. Only the people who study Mammon get to the end of the road. They always get a goal. They get a ride in a big black Cadillac Station. And that's the end, huh? But I'm not looking for that one today. I like living. Jody?
Well, can't we fool ourselves by saying that we value something and we really need it instead?
Maybe you need what you value and value what you need. That's a discouraging one. It says, you really don't know what you're talking about, Jody. That's a discouraging eye, okay? What difference does it make whether you need it or love it or whatever you value? You value the things you need, don't you?
But we really have no need.
We might have a need, one, to get in contact with him.
Or a privilege.
We have the privilege or a need, so it may be a need, who knows? Well, I don't need clothes because I've got some on today. I don't need food because I've got enough to last 2 or 3 days anyway. Huh? I don't need water because I'll do the tap system back there. But I may need something, Johnny. So if you need it and love it and value it, all comes out about the same thing. It's words there that if you want to use the word need, why you use the word need. But don't let a discouraging eye tell you, you're a mess, Johnny. Do you see? You observe that there's a discouraging eye that says you've got to get things down to a gnat's bristle before you understand it.
What if you think you value something and it's not a value, it's a need?
Well, it's still a value to you. So you see, it's saying, well, you've got to get all this philosophy straightened out before you can observe. We're not caring about the philosophy. We're just observing what's going on, and that's going on at this moment. Okay? Dave?
Means important, making it important.
Making it important is something you would do. It may be important, I don't know. But if you make anything important, the only thing you can make important is to gain pleasure and escape pain, is it not? Try it and see. You see, the not eyes have listened very carefully to every lecture, every talk, and everything you've ever read. And they're going to turn it around and hit you in the head with it.
They already have.
Right.
With 100% recall.
I remember. They have the greatest demons or the greatest students of esoteric teachings in the world. They know every bit of it. You may forget it because they'll put you to sleep, but they remember it. If you wake up, they'll hit you in the head with it, with pseudo-logic. That's correct. I'm well acquainted with it.
Gerald has an odd eye that wonders about whether or not he's interpreting what he's seeing.
Right.
Correctly.
Right, because he's got to do it right.
Well, he seems to want to not misinterpret.
Right, because he says if you don't get this exact, you will make a
I
mess.
won't understand it.
Right. Correct. So all we're looking at is that not I. We have put nothing out for anything to understand. We're only looking at not I's, and that's one up.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you see, we said that we had a big board up here for a couple of days that said all we can do is study self.
Mm-hmm.
The other part of the teaching comes from within. It's called intuition after a while. Intuition, teaching from within, comes from me. Right now we're studying that guy that says you better interpret it right.
Mm-hmm.
That's all. So you can see him, and he's saying it. That's all there is to it.
Right.
He's saying you've got to interpret right. He is one of those that creates doubt. He attempts to hypnotize the I by saying, are you sure you're hearing it right?
That's right.
One time in Albuquerque, I worked with a school teacher. She wanted to get her master's degree, and she didn't feel she was one to write it, so I took on the chore for a few bucks to write the thesis. And we helped set up the experiment. So it was on slow learning children. So we took the fastest learning children and the slowest learning children and divided them into two reasonable groups for conversation. And we told the ones that was fast learning that they would pass if they said, I don't know, or answered correctly. But if they answered incorrectly, they would be flunked. And we took the slow learning ones and told them if they answered anything, they would pass. The only time they wouldn't get along is if they didn't say anything. If we said, how do you spell captain? He didn't know what he said, 4, 5, 7. Why, he would get passed. See? And so when the smart kids come along, and one of them, the teacher would ask something, he'd hold his hand up, he knows the answer, and he'd answer. She said, are you sure that's right? You want to stick with that? And he'd say, yeah. She said, are you real sure? And he said, no, I didn't answer at all. That was smart. The slow ones could say anything. They got that. And it completely reversed the slow learners and the fast learners just by making them doubt whether their answers were correct on the smart ones.
Touché.
So I delved into the not I's have been working on me to set up the experiment. And there was one that always come up and said, are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the not I. Okay, just watch it.
Yes, sir.
He don't mean a thing. He's just another not I. There's a not I down there that's saying, are you sure? Trying to throw it out. Now, what we are trying to observe that as number one, we objectively observe you meet with tremendous opposition from the not I's, okay? They use every hypnotic trick in the game. And they will use doubting, try to instill doubt in I. That's one of the better ways to hypnotize. Would you say that we hypnotized all those kids in that classroom? Made them doubt their ability to answer the question. Some of them I'd do 3 times before he really doubted. He'd say, you know the answer, and he'd let him answer. Now, are you sure that's the right answer? Now, you remember how it went out? Yeah, it's right. You sure you're real sure now? But much less sure that time. You say, are you real sure there? You want to stick with that, or you rather say you don't know? I don't know. You see, you could wreck his whole confidence in a matter of a second. All right? Now, the rest of the story is that we got them all back where they were all free to answer anything, told them what the story was. And that teacher, until this day, has no slow learners in her class. They come in, but they don't go out as slow learners. So it's nothing that's made important in the game. And but the minute we made it important that they either answer correctly or not at all, they all begin to answer not at all, you see. So this is your little not I that was coming along there and hollering one. Are you sure?
I understand.
Right. Did you interpret what was said correctly? Are you sure, Jim?
Right.
Now, we're not interpreting at all. We're merely observing what's being said. Is that by all this noise that comes out of here? One after the other. Okay? There is no interpretation been talked about, has there?
No.
You see what a demon is?
There's a not-I that says, well, you better start watching again, which is fine, I guess. And just look on top of that,
Now, there's one hollering that says you got to watch. He's implying that you are.
yeah. So we just say create. And
Right, there's one saying that's hollering out to look. Because he's trying to throw doubt into you that you aren't watching even when you are.
It's a famous phrase he uses out there a lot. Do you see it for what it is?
Right. That's it, for what it is. So you probably know. It's a good balance. Okay? What hollering is it?
Oh, that when I think of how nice the warm body will feel, that is speaking something more clear.
You better stop it. You better improve. Straighten up and fly right. Like what's wrong with it is one thinking about that. Okay? So what's wrong with that? In other words, you're trying to improve or get in and says, now you've got to improve and you've got to reform. Get into reforming now. Okay? There are lots of them. You just observe them. You see all of these things.
I don't do that.
Right, because if you don't do it right, it won't work at all with it. And nobody knows what the right thing is, but we just observe one that says, you say, you better be working on the right thing.
And they talk back and say, we see that.
Right. Sure, they talk back all the time. They never quit. How about you, lady?
I don't know, I'm awake.
That's a good doubter. You don't know are you awake or not. You sure you're awake? No, I'm not really sure. Okay, he's got the phone down the bottom. No? That is a doubt producer. Yeah, those are the ones that come in as the last pinch hitters. They'll make you doubt everything. What about you, Bunny?
I think it's important. You'll either get it or you won't.
Right. So there's one saying, well, you better not pay too much attention to it because if you do, you'll be making it important, and that's bad. So you be sure you do the right thing now. You see, they have listened better than Bunny has. The not-I's are excellent students. Only thing is they use it to drive knives in people. They're called black magicians. They're trying to destroy it. Genevieve?
There's a lot going on.
All of them hollering, talking, telling you that you'll never get along very well.
Well, I don't know that it's what I'm thinking is what if I'm really looking, I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. The doubter is on the ball. See, he's got you doubting whether you're looking or sleeping.
I should know.
Right.
I should know.
He really should know.
There's a difference there.
Right. You really should know.
Yes, and
Be
I should
certain.
know when I'm really on the ball.
Right. You got to be certain.
Right.
That's one says, now this is all fine, but are you certain? That was just the one we used on those kids and made slow learners out of fast learners. That are you certain, Genevieve? Are you real certain? Are you absolutely certain? Are you categorically certain?
And am I recording it? Is this the right? Am I recording it correctly?
No, that's one of the others said, are you recording correctly? You see, this is, I can make anybody doubt anything with that verbal trip. So you be aware that he's working to try to produce doubt. Tony?
I just see a bunch of little things in there laughing at me and saying, how hard do we have you, Buffalo?
Right. In other words, the ridiculer come up. Now, there's another one that arrived on the scene for Tony that hasn't been around to ridicule you for even looking at it. Now, we got you beat before you start. John?
Seem to be twins. They always start off with we.
Yeah.
We tried this before. Let's try something new.
Yeah, we, that puts the other one in with it, you see. It says, well, we have already tried this. It already implies we are allies. It's already cost you. It implies it's already cost you, so what chance do you have? Okay, so there's one saying we already cost you, and that's all. You just leave it there and go on. You don't need to do a thing about it. You see, what they attempt to do is start conflict, struggle, and resistance, if you will observe. The not-I always wants you to be in a state of conflict, struggle, or resistance. So, John is trying to say, well, let's struggle some more. We've tried this one. So, This one says, well, we've already tried this. Let's do something different. We've already tried that. It's worthless now, so we'll have to struggle some to do something different. I won't ask you anything. You know I like you real well. How about you, Miss Norma?
Saying what are you going to say when he calls?
Right. Now dream up a good one so it'll be dramatic.
Right.
That's all you want to say. That's what he's hollering. So he's trying to say, be sure to put on a good front and look pretty under inside and outside. Okay? How about it, Missy? Rita? Hmm?
The belly button is known and I haven't caught it.
No, you haven't caught it. He says, I clicked on the button and turned on the signal, and she don't know what it is.
So real strong and fly and high.
Oh, yeah, they do run quick. But that one says, what do? You can't tell whether it's a real signal or one I turned on.
Something else one of them does too. When I look at her, she says, see what she's doing? You do. Looks like Princess doing now.
Yeah. Yeah. They try to ridicule.
Yeah.
How about Marie?
How about Dollar keeps coming up?
Says you're not doing it right. You were never any good. Right.
I just don't want to be embarrassed.
You just want to be embarrassed. Okay. How about you, Jim? You don't want to be embarrassed, or is it all right to say how the kids are doing?
Go ahead and say it.
But what is
I'm
it
looking
doing?
for it. I can't find them in there.
They're running high. Now you can't observe nothing. What's he going to do now? You can't observe nothing. What are you going to do now?
And one comes up and says, got it made.
You got to be now. She thinks she's got a slip too. Wait a minute. Betsy?
Norman, I'm going to say working on the same wavelength. What am I going to say?
Yeah,
It's all in there.
In other words, you've got to keep up a good front soil. Bill, how's your kids behaving this morning?
I've got one, I don't know what he is, but he said, I wonder if you can observe when you don't know you're observing.
Right. In other words, you got a philosopher in there. The one who wants to put it in a capsule. He says, well, let's see if you can get this in a capsule. That's a philosophizing eye that he produces doubt. This is the one that always comes up when you are trying to work. Then comes the one that throws the doubt. And he tries all kinds of unanswerable questions on you. We have talked about unanswerable questions a number of times. When you ask an unanswerable question, no answer. The best way to confuse and hypnotize a person is to throw an unanswerable question at him. How do you get a goose out of a bottle without breaking the bottle or hurting the goose? That was the question. So you merely report it. You don't try to contend with it. You don't struggle with it. Because he's trying to get you into it. So if he gets you struggling with that question, Bill, he's trouble, you see. If he can get you to try to stop the questions from coming up, here comes. Or if you get in a conflict, well, this is an unanswerable question, I've got to really figure it out. Okay? You don't do any conflict, struggle, or resistance. You merely observe what's going on. And it continually goes. And if there's nothing going on, you say they're hiding. Okay?
This is a good one because I can really see how I identify with it. The fact is, I'm sitting here, it's all very great. I can understand the words great. But what about the practical application? When you have to serve all these people, how do you know you're doing the right thing? What do you say the wrong way?
So the biggest one up this morning is the doubter. You see, he's trying to create doubt in everybody's mind. Dorothy?
Let's just sit on the fence. We can fall one way or the
Or the other. So you can observe him saying, don't get involved. You make it important.
Not too far, you know.
Yeah, it's all right to listen, but don't get caught up in it. Rachel, how's the kids behaving this morning?
Oh, let's forget about that and do something I know I can do.
Okay. Let's do something we can do like
remodel a
that.
house.
Let's build a house or build a motel or something like that. Then we can do that. Max, which one of yours is getting the most noise the kids
It's got to be successful.
It's got to be successful because if there is anything that one can tolerate, it's failure. And if you don't do it right, it's better not to do it at all. Okay? All right. Now, as we look at these, we will see values. Now, in your notes, you will find over in the back 2 pages of them a list of references that you may check up wherever you want to. One of them will be incorrect. I will print it out as I hand them to you. Now, we're going to work this afternoon on purely practical watching all these things go. We're liable to say most anything, and you watch how the kids use it. the kids will try to use it to control. We say they know more about all the things that we have talked about for the past few years than any other person is all the not eyes. Each one took a word and said, man, I can use that. I can use that. I can use that. He's got it, he's kept it, and used it. And the person is the poor that's trying to figure out and put it all together, can't get it because a whole bunch of different eyes got it. One heard one thing, one heard another one heard another one, and one heard another one. And if you try to recall it, you can only get bits and pieces. One says, well, that's what he said, and he sticks up his little sign, but the rest of it on the chimney. And but one day when you least expected it, he'll show it to you and use it to hit you over the head. So you see that when you hear a given amount of material, and there is all of this stuff down here with endless numbers of eyes, each day, 6 of them, 7 of them, and each one's got lots of kids. Each one in turn hears something and says, I can use that. And he puts it away. Now you try to recall it all at once and you have mouth trouble with your face because they won't come up when you have it. But sometime when you least expect it, they'll use it against you. Now, with your eye out here, merely observing how they use it. Now they threaten with it. They use the teaching to threaten you with. They use it to intimidate you. They use it to establish doubt. They do anything to use it for hypnotic purposes. Now, in some of you have heard us talk that there is black magicians in the world. A black magician takes the teaching and uses it to control people. A person that is called a white magician takes the work and attempts to liberate. Now, the only one that can use it for liberation is this one. All of these are the black magicians. Now, a black magician is attempting to control this eye. So the way it does it is use all the teachings and turn it against you some way. It has done this through the ages. It's nothing new with just this particular thing. It uses anything that's heard. Any of you have been students of possibly the Bible. You found that the not eyes will turn it against you and scare food out of you with it. It makes it into a threatening book instead of a liberating book. Is that right? The not eyes will use it to frighten you. And they will make it literal or they will twist it in any direction to make it mean that you're going to have bad shape. Huh? You've experienced that, have you not, sir? Okay? Now the not eyes are the black magicians. They are called by many names through many ways of trying to refer to it. They are referred to as demons. They are referred to as not eyes. They are referred to as black magicians. They are referred to by many other names of shamans and etc. But as long as this is merely observed without identifying with it, its power goes out of it. Now, the temptation is always to identify with at least one of them, especially that discouraging eye that gets up the joint going, right? After everything else has been tried. But if one endures these insults, and they are insulters, and they also pat you on the back sometimes. They're also flatterers. They tell you, you've got this already. We've already got this. We don't need this, do we, John? Etc. Etc. It'll flatter you. It will criticize you. It will insult you. It will try all the tricks of control. Now, as long as one gets caught with the first one and says the whole purpose of living is to be non-disturbed, of course it gets you. But if you change your value and see that the value is to be conscious and to be an ally of X, to be a reporter, objective reporter to the wise general, you can withstand their onslaughts. The man who saw that his job was, the greatest value was to seek out and find the lost sheep of the house of Israel, which is this eye, was not tempted by all the little temptations that says you go make bread out of stones and you make jump off the temple and one prove yourself and that you can rule the whole world. In other words, the black magicians tried their art. Now we're all subject to them, but we don't have to be controlled by them. What do? We've changed a value. We have seen something that we love more than what we used to. When I was a kid, I loved this the most. When I was a child, I thought as a child, spoke as a child, and acted as a child, and loved as a child. I love non-disturbance. When I saw the fallacy of non-disturbance, I became a man. And I don't love that anymore. That's gone now. Now, a kid has to love it. And I may have been a kid until I was 40. I don't know. It was a little somewhere around about there. But you don't become a man or an adult until you can see that fallacy. When you see that, then all the battering of the not eyes is so much noise. You see, it just doesn't matter because I've got another purpose in mind. So the road is rough. If a man is out intent upon finding a gold mine or a uranium mine, why he may struggle through the desert and down the Grand Canyon and all sorts of things, but he's intent upon going on. He don't mind the discount. Goes on. Now, this is where we're seeing life rising from the dead to be alive. And surely we could at least find out what it's like. If we don't like it, we can always dead off again. But at least we can find out what it's like to be alive. We've been dead all our lives. And now then, all this existence here, we have been dead. Now we can at least find out what it's like to be alive. So maybe there is a little discomfort of listening to these kids holler. You know, they try to discourage you. They try to intimidate you. They try to cajole you. They try to sell you on something and all this thing. But you can endure that, can't you? That's not so it's really something funny to look at when you see all these tricksters playing their game. How about it then? Now, they're tricksters. I don't underrate them. But, you know, that's where Halloween came from. And all these spooks come out. Trick or treat. But you may give them neither. You just observe. All these skeletons, goons, and all these things.
What if the goons give me an offer, though I can't afford to refuse?
Anyway, just report that they're making this offer, and this funny thing is, they do go away, but they do offer that. They use that. They intimidate, they threaten, they discourage, and every other conceivable thing. Now, is that so difficult to listen to, or what have you? No. You can observe it. It don't frighten you. You see what it is? It's very, very interesting to observe tricksters trying to sell you something and you know what they're doing. Now, if you don't know what's going on, obviously, by this, but we have talked enough of it that we have something we can sit down and do. Is that right? We can watch them. And we kind of have tried to cover the general categories, and we'll keep on talking about it through this afternoon, as to their general categories. Now, the only reason for me being here, I've been there. I'm not theoretically talking. Now, if somebody hasn't been there, they couldn't tell you about what might happen, huh? In other words, I can give you a sketchy roadmap for how to get from here to Carrizosa. I can't go for you, but I've been to Carrizosa, and I can tell you where all the turns are. If I've never been to Carrizosa, I couldn't very well tell you about how to get there. I'm well acquainted with all these brats that every one of you are here. Well acquainted with, friends. And while they're weaker today than they used to be, every once in a while, one of them gets a shot of booze, and he gets some false courage, and he comes telling me a bunch of stuff. And he gets a shot of 100 pipers, and he feels like he can really tell me off, you know. But if you just listen to him, he has to go back and fall over in the corner again. He looks like a puppet with the strings pulled off. But, so they're not indefinite with you, but they will catch a little charge of 100 pipers and get some false courage and come running one day. But that's all right. You just heard it. And there is worth listening to them, if I may say so. But the work in itself is the only reward there is. Nobody can offer you anything. But the very work of observing them gets to be the most interesting thing one can see. Miss Carita said she brought some goodies. Her kitchen is evidently run over and she couldn't stow it, so she brought it over here. If anybody would like lunch, Miss Carita left what? Salami, cheese, what have you. We're going to take off today until 1 o'clock. If anybody wants to be gone from here, try to get back by not later than 1:05, but we'll start exactly at 1:05. But try to be here around 1. If you'd like to stay here, it's less breezy in here than it is outside. If you're from out of state, you will certainly enjoy knowing what New Mexico is like 9 months out of the year. Go out and see.
Tomorrow.
You only have 9 months of it, and the rest of it is beautiful. The land of enchantment. If you can stand those 9, the other 3's worth it, aren't you, Karita? If you can stand the 9, the other 3 makes up for it, don't they? They make up for it. One of them's gone, and another one comes up. In other words, one knot eye at a time generally runs everything, or at least 2 of them sits in and fights. What we're doing the last day or so has aroused all of them, if you'll notice. All the knot eyes are up front, center, screaming, hollering, running all over the place at one time. Now, it takes considerable attention to not spend more time asleep than you do awake. Now, this is not one knot eye will jump up and say, well, you're not doing it at all. But you will go in something like this. There'll be sleeping stage a little while, and then there will be awakening, and then there will be sleep, and there will be awake. Like we said, you get off the beam, but the little omni makes the switch, and you know about it, it's back. Now, they're all been excited the last day or two because they're threatened. So you will notice them very much so, and if you continue to observe, now you have some material with you, and every one of you has somebody around you, right? Somebody that you know can go over and argue with Karita, and Karita holler too, and so forth, and we can observe the knot eye. Now, everybody, the knot eyes attempt to make you have a problem out of it. It is very, very simple. I is a reporter. It does not get involved regardless of what the knot eyes have to say. Now, the knot eyes want you to get involved, you know. Now, as long as eyes that stands and looks without trying to straighten out. One knot eye comes up and says, we got to straighten these others out. We've got to change them. We've got to do this. But now, it is as though one looked over and says there is a menu board over there. It says cowboy T-bone $5, cowgirl T-bone $4, barbecue ribs $3, large top sirloin $3.50, chicken fried steak $2.50. Includes ranch beans, coleslaw, French fries, rolls, tea or dessert extra. All steaks, choice, or prime beef. Now I don't know whether it's good or a bad menu. It's red. Okay. There is a picture on the wall here that had some sheep and a cabin on it. There's one here, some guys having fun sitting in a country kitchen. One here of this. There's boots hanging on the wall. Now, that's just observing and reporting what's there. Huh? Simple, easy. There's nothing to interpret. There's nothing to understand. Nothing to fail to do or nothing to do. Now, all the knot eyes try to make it complicated. Now, just reporting. The lady sitting there with includes ranch beans, coleslaw, French fries, rolls, tea or dessert extra. All steaks, choice, or prime beef. Now, I don't know whether it's good or a bad menu. It's red. Okay? There is a picture on the wall here that had some sheep and a cabin on it. There's one here, some guys having fun sitting in a country kitchen. One here of this. There's boots hanging on the wall. Now, that's just observing and reporting what's there. Huh? Simple, easy. There's nothing to interpret. There's nothing to understand. Nothing to fail to do or nothing to do. Now, all the knot eyes try to make it complicated. Now, just reporting. The lady sitting there with purple pantsuit on. And a white shirt. The next one's got on a blue shirt. The next one's got on a beautiful print dress. The next one's got on a white shirt. Next one's got on a tan shirt. That's all. Now, what's complicated about that? But these not I's says you've got to interpret, you've got to understand, you've got to straighten this out, you've got to put a stop to that one over there. They're just screaming up a storm, okay? Now, if one can catch the idea that one is a reporter that has no involvement, in other words, totally disidentified from all this herd of things down here, huh? Now, we've used many analogies. We've said you're a visitor from Mars in a flying saucer sitting up here watching the Earthlings. Do you have any involvement in the Earthlings, or are you merely reporting on your two-way back to Mars and says, one's doing this, one's doing that? They're bumping into each other on the highway. They're shooting at each other with guns. They're shooting off bombs and killing a whole slew of them at a time. Some of them are, after they shoot them, then they go pick them up and take care of them in hospitals. You know, they're kind of peculiar folks, but that's all we can have to say about it, right?
Would you carry it on through, you're sitting at a table eating, ready to eat, and this is the menu. Now you're not just observing the menu.
Okay, so then I merely report what the menu is, and if X wants to eat it, well, then we'll get up and leave. It's objective reporting. Now, the machine will choose to eat something. So Max is eating steak. Bob's eating ribs. But I am not eating. I don't eat. I have ribs. I only eat the different kind of food called wisdom and understanding or love.
Max is going to eat according to those conditioned tastes.
Right. So Max is eating. Right. Max has ordered well done thick top sirloin. Shoot it. But this is what you would listen. You are only reporting what the machine is doing. Don't eat. I don't drink. I does only one thing. It observes Max, huh?
And there then is, we want to bring the awareness into the decision-making process.
That decision-making process tries to bring awareness into it and get caught. Now, you see, this is where the catcher is, that it wants to bring the observer into the decision-making process. Well, the decision-making process is mechanical. You're conditioned, the machine. Shirley likes coffee with cream, huh? Yeah. So the observer stands off and says, Shirley likes her coffee with cream. She puts white stuff and black stuff and then drinks it. You know, neither approved nor disapproved, but it does it.
This might not be on the same subject, but how can a person that's so drunk, when they see the necessity in being sober, just sober like that? How does that fit into...
Well, any time you value something, you get there. A man gets drunk, he values getting drunk. If he values being sober, he'll be sober. He leaves the body and begins to observe the body, and as soon as you're no longer identified with it, you can't be drunk very well. But let's don't try that experiment, but you'll end up in jail. You might not see it like that. But that's something down the road you'll observe it someday, okay? Person sees the absolute necessity of being sober, and he'll sober up right away. In other words, you might observe, well, John's drinking vodka. That's all. Neither approved nor disapproved. See? And that's it. So it's purely objective reporting, and the decision making is all the work of the not I's, and so you let them do it and observe how they do it, okay? Is that easy enough, sir?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
You can watch Gerald wonder if he should. He's in a conflict. Should he serve hamburgers or hot dogs, he's wondering if he's doing the restaurant right. Okay? And Bob gave Jim a recipe a while ago. And Jim is going to no doubt look at it and say, now did I remember it correctly? What did I leave out? And I's going to observe him trying to be sure that Jim does the recipe right. And then Bill overheard Bob give the recipe, and he immediately began to wonder, should we serve it? I is observing this goings on amongst these earthlings. Might be too good, and maybe they get more business. Now, it's trying to get R to come down and decide what to do. But I is an observer, not a decider at this stage of the game. All he can do is observe, and that's a powerful job for him, and he has great adversaries for doing that. Now, the very fact of doing this is lighting a light in a very dark area. Now, it lights up the room. How there is a simile somewhere that you light a lamp and put it on a lampstand, so we'll make a big, tall candle holder. Is it all right to have candles, Betsy? All right, it's all right to have candles. And we put the candle up here on top of it. And it's got a little flame on it. Now, as that candle lights up the room, does it have a preference as to what it lights up, or does it have any judgment of it, or is it total impartiality? Now, this is another attribute of agape, love, value, and it's impartial. It lights up everything in the room. Now, if it's impartial, which the observer is, it doesn't say this one's good or this one's bad. In other words, it doesn't judge what it lights up, do you see, Gerald? If it lights up fantasies of having a harem on a South Sea island, well, Gerald is fantasizing having a harem of 18 blacks on the South Sea island. Neither good nor bad nor indifferent. It just is impartial. But it lights up everything that comes by, okay? And if it lights up him having a bank and charging everybody 18% interest and gets his money, he's rolling in wealth, that's all right. Neither good nor bad. You don't judge it. And if it observes that Gerald is angry and thinking about shoving knives through people, well, that's what it's doing. Nobody says it's good or bad. It's impartial. It's a light. Now, to throw light onto a dark area is to begin to be aware of what's in the area. Now, you might find after a while that there is a lot of things in there that you've never dreamed. There is a story somewhere that I read recently, and I don't know where. Maybe I wrote it. That a man inherited a big estate. And when he went to see it, the first place he arrived was the receiving gate where they brought the groceries in and hauled the garbage out. So he thought that was his whole estate, and he moved in, and there's groceries there, and there's garbage come out, and so forth, and so he lived there. Some guy came along that knew his father and said, look, what are you doing down here? You have a big mansion up there, and you have beautiful fields, and you have wonderful gardens, and orchards, and fountains, and beautiful birds. And the guy said, what kind of nut are you? I've been here for 40 years. I know what I got. I got this shed. And maybe the shed has got us caught with all these knot eyes running around, and maybe when you observe them a little while, you might find you have a fantastic estate back there. This might be interesting too. I don't know. It's, it's highly possible that there's all kinds of wonderful things going on there. But first off, it's covered up with a bunch of thugs. Now, do you criticize the thugs, want to fight with them, or do you simply observe? Gerald?
Observe, sir.
Simple. Nothing else. No complication. You don't know where you're doing it. After all, how can you be right or wrong? You're just observing what you see. Let's do it. Bill? Is that complicated?
No.
No, but there's not. I'll try to complicate it. It says, well, let's wrap it all up, put it in one capsule, and then you won't have to bother with it anymore. Don't be long. And that ought to be a simplified system, shouldn't it?
Just logical.
Well, get it organized, and then it'll be simple.
Yeah.
Just get it organized and say it straight.
That sounds pretty organized to me.
Is it? That's all it is. This stuff is good. Is that complicated to you now?
No.
To you? It's just simple. You observe whatever goes on. In other words, you might say you repeat what the things are hollered without trying to straighten them out or change them. Is that complicated, Genevieve?
Well, no.
One of them says, well, it might be. He's trying to tip me there.
No, I just know that it's very simple now.
Okay, all right. Now is the only time it ever is. Alan is one of them said that's too simple, it couldn't do any good. Your bill's got to be bitter or you won't help you any. So here is a simple procedure. It is called self-knowing. It leads to one experiencing many things. Maybe the first thing you experience may not be real pleasant, but that's all right. Maybe the next one may not be. The next one may be pretty good. Now, if you've got a wonderful kitchen that's full of all kinds of groceries, John, and there wasn't a light one in there, we'd have a hard time cooking it, wouldn't we? Okay? All right? So all we're doing is looking to see what we got. Now, maybe we got some garbage. And if we're aware of this garbage, the garbage will get hauled out, but self will take care of getting rid of the garbage. The observer, don't have to do a thing about it. He is only aware and reports it to headquarters. You got a telephone. You don't let nobody else use that telephone but you, and you report to headquarters, okay? And you say there's garbage in the kitchen. It'll get hauled out. Don't worry about it. You don't care how, what, or what place, you see. And you don't describe it as garbage as being bad. If we had commercial kitchens and didn't have garbage, we ain't doing much business over there. I like to see big lots of garbage every morning. That knows we had a big night last night. Huh? Right, Bill? Right. And big business last night. So he takes garbage around places. It's neither good nor bad. It's a fact. But if you are the reporter, then somebody takes care of it, and you've got something on the other end of the line that obviously takes care of it, because we can demonstrate that over and over. If I pick up this eraser and heave it down towards that with the black and the gold dog, she reports that there's something coming and somebody knocks it out of the way, okay? The headquarters does. So it's always that these are the watcher, the observer, and reporter, and there is nothing complicated about it. But all our days we have been hypnotized by some self-improving eye, some doubtful eye, some discouraging eye, some struggling eye, and we feel that we ought to keep on doing that, right? But now we look at something very fairly what? Merely observe and report, and nothing else is necessary. That's it. You do that part of the time. That's all it's necessary, part of the time. And when you go to sleep, you'll know about it, and you'll wake up every while and get back on the beam and say, I'm back on the job again. That's all. You don't apologize for being asleep for a while. You just merely say, I'm back on the job now. Huh? I'm going to the telephone. So if you got a telephone and every one of us could use it here to talk in the name of Kettleman Steakhouse, there would sure be lots of funny orders here in one, wouldn't it, Bill? Huh? No, you better hang on to the telephone, you see. In Borrega, we kept the dial locked. And even then, some of them figured out how to use telephone. So they found out if you pat it fast enough, you can dial the phone with the little spots on top. Sometimes it's easier. And so I used to sit in the trailer and see if somebody was working on the dial. I would jiggle it up and down 2 times, upset their dial. I found the trigger too. Because you can put some extra numbers in there. You do it at the same time and get some more numbers in there. So you merely report, and you have the sole telephone unless you let somebody else know. So you hang on the telephone. Do you say what ought to be done about it? Another thing. You report what's there. That's your only job. The dealer is cheating. You don't say it's good or bad. You merely say he's cutting the table. The man upstairs takes care of the work. Okay? Simple. And the executive office takes care of the dealer. You don't have to say what should be done to him or anything else. He's cutting the table. Huh? That's all. It's that simple. Now, the rest of our time that you prefer to work, I would like for you to observe. I'm available for any private discussion that you would want to have about the peculiarity of any not I you have running around, but they are only observed and you really don't need to. You've lighted a candle, put it on a candlestick, and set it up in the middle of the room called self, and it's lightening up, and first one another comes through that window. So rings into me. Sometimes the whole house full of kids run through at the same time. They clatter, make a little noise, but you say a bunch of kids run through them. That's all Neil needs to do. Headquarters takes care of any, how, what, or why ought to be done about it. Okay?
Stop there. Not I, stop.
They always do.
I don't know. Sometimes what's happening is there's a lot of crazy stuff going on. All I can say is
There's a lot of crazy stuff going on. A lot of noise going on. That's all you do. You report it. You're not supposed to interpret, because if you interpret, then you're not caught back. So there is no interpretation. There's a lot of noise going on, huh? There's half a dozen of them hollering at the same time. Okay? That's all simple. Simple and easy. Okay? Now, let's proceed with questions, comments, discussions. You have some notes. See if there's something you want to ask about those. If there's something else that's going on, let's talk now. I've done the best I know how at this moment. Every next moment's different, but point out what is necessary, and what is necessary is so very simple. Student of it wanting to get acquainted with it, that's all.
That's page 9, right?
No, that's not page anywhere.
Correction is on page 9, item 12.
Down on the back page it says a whole bunch of reference points there, Rita.
yeah.
Number 12 says Luke 15 on it. Make 14 out of the 15.
All right.
So, that's all. No problem.
I missed out.
Yeah. Huh?
Page 3, it says, eyes are, it's very small.
Quotation mark. That's a not I. Right. Page number 3. 2A3. All right. With all the ideas of my world, ideals, self-improvement, signs and demonstrations, and blaming may be false, and if or as some I discovers them to be false, I will renounce them, disidentify. The last two I's should have a line drawn under them. I'm sorry.
Okay. No quotation marks, right?
There's no quotation. It should have a line drawn under them.
And one on 3, the last two.
And if it gets in an emergency, it takes over. So you might say, I'm the guardian angel that watches over Robert. That's their terminology. They misuse it and lost all meaning of it, but it originally was a fairly straight teaching idea. That one was the guardian angel, and an angel means a messenger. So the guardian messenger, and what are you doing? You're just merely reporting, aren't you? That's the messenger. You're giving the message to headquarters. You're broadcasting back to headquarters that Gerald is doing so-and-so. He's no emergency right now. He's getting along. All right, what will I do? It doesn't matter what he's doing. It's mechanical. And that's to disidentify from it. It's not mine. You see, to solve something mine is to identify with it. Now, Robert identifies with clothes, with cars, with businesses, and many things, but I don't identify with Robert.
But he is fun to watch.
Oh, he's a joy to watch. I have a ball.
I understand that.
Everybody else does. That ring a bell, Miss Lana?
Yeah, because I was always, some of the was wondering how you say my closet. If you were going to tell someone to get some shoes.
You say, Lana is looking in her closet.
Okay, so if I told Dorothy, did you wear anything in that closet?
Sure.
Would you know which closet?
Well, you can say in the closet here, or you can say in my closet, in Lana's. And so the reporter says Lana's telling Dorothy that she can wear anything in her closet.
Oh, okay.
You'll never get the body over claiming. The false personality is made up of claiming, but I disidentifies from Bob, who claims things. Okay? Now, if you try to get all the not I's to quit claiming, you're going to have the biggest fun you ever seen. You go right back in the middle, and you're whipped up, and that's the self-improving I says, let's get him down here and make Robert quit claiming things. Then we could get totally involved in the situation. Lana will always claim, but I don't have to claim Lana. I am not Lana. Lana is an object, and I am observing her without condemnation or justification. Lana claims all sorts of things. She thinks of my friends, my house, my clothes, my closet, my bathroom, my waterbed, my this, my that, my the other thing.
My bill.
My belly. My pain, my headache, and my belly, and all that stuff. But I don't claim that Lana, okay? That's what counts. We're talking from a realm of the spiritual world, not the physical world. I believe we started with that, did we not? That way it says, the Christ taught that I am not of this world. Now, the body is obviously of this world. It's made out of the elements of this world. But I am not of this world. I'm looking over something and being aware of something in the world, but I am not of this world. The man said, my kingdom is not of this world. Okay? We're not talking about that. Yes, this is all of this world. Solid rock. But I don't claim it. I am aware of Robert. I'm aware of what goes on inside Robert and what the whole mechanism does. But Robert is not mine. And I am not Robert. And then I'm not of this world. Okay? Alan, Bob, Joyce, Faye, Diane, Bonnie is of the world. I am observing all those things, and I'm not of this world. I am spirit. Period. And there is a spirit observing every one of these not eyes and these machines running around here, okay? The spirit is the one we're interested in, not the meat. And we have always treated them as the same. And that has been the norm. And the one thing we're trained to separate. That spirit and flesh are two different things. We cook meat after we get the flesh out of it, but I haven't got the nerve to cook it while the spirit's still in it, have you?
No.
John? I couldn't throw a pig on that broiler and cook it if the spirit was there. Anyway, I know that curls my hair too. Oh, I wouldn't do that. Neither would I eat mountain oysters. Not because they're bad, but because the creature's still out running around and I'm eating a piece of them in alive. Yes. Removed in restoration operation. People eat them. The animal's still running on. I won't do that.
Oh, really? Even that part, so that part is not any spirit in it?
Oh, I know. I started eating in pieces of time. Next week they cut his ears off. He goes. Next week cut his tail off. Pretty soon he cut one leg off and eat it and so on. No, I don't want to eat pieces of it until he's all rendered inanimate. How about that, Carita?
I'll agree wholeheartedly.
And so you see that I is spirit. It owns nothing. It will never own anything. It does nothing except one thing. It observes. It is awareness. It is a point of awareness. It has to have something mechanical to observe. So it observes a self. A highly mechanized machine with computers running full tilt in it all the time. And the computers do all sorts of things. They claim, own, etc., etc. I do not own Robert. I merely have the opportunity of observing Robert inside and out. The others I see around the machines I can only observe on the outside most of the time, sometimes on the inside. But I can always observe Robert on the inside, and it seems to be a prototype, I've noticed, of the rest of the machines around. Because I find about the same thing goes on inside them as goes on inside Robert. Okay, so I know about the world.
If we see someone as a threat, and not...
Only not I sees it as a threat, yeah. Never I sees nothing as a threat after all. It's invisible. How's it going to get hurt? Huh? Now, Norma may see something as a threat. Okay, I don't see it as a threat. I see Norma in a state of threat. However, as you observe Norma in a state of threat a few times, and you observe Norma in a state of struggle a few times, funny things happen to Norma. But that's purely from some other realm. You do nothing, you merely observe. I is spirit, invisible, indestructible. It has two possible attributes that we know of. One, it can observe and report objectively, and the other, it can be suggested into an almost anything. Subject to suggestion. So it has one weakness. Being aware of that one weakness is its greatest strength. Once it's aware that it's subject to suggestion, both from Robert and from others, and it realizes that becomes its greatest strength because it keeps it alert. That's so hard to see. Huh? No. Hard to see that you are invisible. Recognize, I am invisible. Diane is visible. And Diane is, as far as I am concerned, I can see inside of her. That world, as I can look all over. These other worlds, I can only look at them through telescopes. But I found that by talking with the other worlds and so forth, and listening to them, that they are a prototype of Robert. They have the same knot eyes running around in there, about the same mechanical construction. There's a lot of Earth very similar, okay? But I'm very privileged to have one of them that I can observe constantly, inside and out. Okay? That's not difficult, is it? Gerald? Is that discouraging one making that difficult?
No.
No. It's simple. Jim? Very simple. I am an invisible point of awareness, a spirit that observes a mechanical world called Robert, and a lot of other worlds. But Robert I can see inside and outside. There is no secret. And my only effort is to report. And I can see Robert imagine he's got all kinds of problems. I can see Robert feeling he owns things, claiming things, but I'm not Robert. I can see Robert even have emotions of getting tangled and being excited and running and all this. But as I observed him for quite a while, it's a peculiar thing that observing an object or a world, it undergoes a change. Don't ask me how or why. But I've found that since I've been observing Robert, there's a lot of changes been happening in Robert, okay? But I didn't do it. I just observed and reported what I saw, and evidently somebody back on the head planet pulled some strings. I don't know. Okay? Comments? Questions? Are you experiencing what we've just talked about? Being an invisible point observing faith. It's rather pleasant, isn't it? Huh? And it is discovering your true nature. And all of a sudden, that body is so immaterial to you, and the thoughts are immaterial, but if you got identified with it, then everything becomes important to you. Okay? Very interesting, so I often report it. I see that, Diane. That's a simple job, isn't it? To read this report, what you see. Neither good nor bad, right or wrong, should or should not. And the peculiar thing that your world undergoes, that world you look over, that you're privileged to watch inside and out, undergoes a fantastic transformation just for the very fact of you observing it. Something changes. But that's totally none of your business because it's not a goal, it's not something you could do, it's just something you watch. And you say, well, you know, it was a few days ago I was doing something, I don't do that anymore. But you can see it inside and out, okay? Questions, comments, discussions? Somewhere here, I'm going to quit talking, I'm going to let you do it.
Somewhere in the head is equating that, I'm going to get the glimpse of watching how I watch an eye.
No, not I watching I watching
I watching
line.
self, right.
Self.
But it's kind of a non-stick thing.
You better believe it. Totally.
It can't be that.
It's totally peace. Peace that's beyond all understanding. If you just look at something and there it is, and you're not identified with Gerald. When you're identified with Gerald, I had you asleep. I was asleep, and spirit is subject to being conditioned. Made asleep. It can only not conditioned, excuse me. It's only subject to being hypnotized and believing all sorts of things. Then, of course, there was nothing but turmoil. Right, Lana? Mm-hmm. But when you are observing it, there is no sign of anything to be called a problem. You see self is from another realm. It doesn't have problems. Only Joni has problems. I, who observes it, seem to have a problem. And it's a funny thing, when I don't identify with Joni's problems are not problems either. Stacy's doing that. Faith? Somebody ought to have a question or a comment or a discussion or something. Good.
I saw a great big fat one.
What?
I thought it was really real.
Right.
It was that, you know, when that chiropractor said that God couldn't get through, and I really thought something was wrong with me here. And all of a sudden, just now, I think I'm going.
Good. In other words, you saw a suggestion, and I got caught up in Norman that time and got what caught with the suggestion. Now that you're saying I'm looking at it, you laugh. It's so insignificant. And obviously you can see that something's going through from head on down to toes. Is that right? The toes wiggle? Something going through there, honey. The machine is working and the wiring is working well, isn't it? Good. Somebody was trying to hit the wiring is working all right, isn't it? Toes wiggle? Okay. If there wasn't any life getting through there, the toes would be cold and turn green. And it smelled very badly, baby. We don't keep refrigerating. Carpicle. Okay? I own nothing, was not born, and will not die. I can observe Robert, a machine. That's a manufactured machine that was at one time not in existence. It may sometimes not be in existence, but I wasn't sure.
Wow. Wow. I'll buy that.
Not heavy. Huh?
I'll buy that.
Well, it's not a matter of buying it, it's something one can experience. That I exist forever is an attribute of infinite spirit. You can make bodies and let bodies go. After all, you don't have the same one you had 2 years ago. There's not the same Joy said it was 2 years ago. Every cell's been changed, so you make those all the time. So what's the matter with them? Nice machines. But you have to put new parts on them.
So beautiful. You know, you read about Susie, and one of the books that gives their birthday to the one is the day they died. And I thought, well, how can that be? You know, one of these died and saying they're supposed to live forever.
He writes on his tombstone he died the year that he recognized that he was not that name. But he never died. But he died to the idea of Lana. In other words, if you see today that you are not Lana, that you are observing Lana, then Lana died today, has died. And so you put 1972 on the rock and go on about your business.
I'm having trouble with events. I'd like to change past events.
Are you identified with the events, or is those only Norma's events?
Yes, they're Norma's events.
Okay, then they have no meaning, do they? If I don't identify with Norma, then Norma's events mean so nothing. Norma acts like an event still going on, don't you? Okay, let's have fun watching her do that. I observe Norma make like now is then. Okay, just watch her. Watch Norma make now into then. Very interesting phenomena these earthlings do. They act like now is then, I've noticed. Robert was real good at that one, making now into then. Now, some way or other, as I observed Robert, one day it don't work that way anymore. You don't make now into then so much.
Just watch it.
You just watch it. Totally immaterial what you watch, isn't it? Don't affect you one way or the other. We're just observers. The transformation comes in awareness, and then it transforms everything that it observes after a while. Something does. I don't know what, but it does. Okay. Don't be in any hurry to do anything. You're doing one, observing Norma, which is an earthly, and you are from another realm, spirit. Huh? Spirits don't born and they don't die, contrary to some opinions I've heard. Somebody's going around and spirit kids or something, but not ours have a slew of kids. Spirit ones and otherwise.
Populate the whole world.
Yeah, right here.
And then they try to govern them.
And you see, if you happen to understand that story, that this is a world, it is populated by many, and there is no government.
And a good 1/3 of them are absolute devils. The rest of them just work at it.
At least. So you can stop and observe one of those worlds as you fly through space, okay? And you were given the charge of overseeing one, but not running it, okay? Just looking at it so you'll understand. See how it works. Now you've gained more knowledge. You might can make a half a dozen more worlds now. Any one of us, okay? Questions, comments, discussions? Right around here, when I disidentifies from the people, it sure does get quiet. Did you notice?
Oh, that's more. Good morning.
But it really wasn't any to it. Just reported it one said that, and you don't identify from it. And you know, this is when you begin to feel quite inside. And that quietness is what's called peace sometimes. And it's unbelievable that maybe you could be standing in the middle of the busiest intersection in Los Angeles or New York City, and if you are observing the one standing there, it is quiet. Quietness that's unbelievable. I mean, you went down. So Bob's still here, but it's quiet. Right, sure? Quiet. Oh, that's pretty noise up that. Okay, I would like for you to work at observing purely objective. I think we finally got to the point where enough of the not eyes has shut up long enough that we got through with what we're talking about. You are an observer watching John, Sherry, Norma, Farida, Bob, etc. It doesn't matter what Bob's doing. Bob's going to claim things, huh? Lana's going to claim things, Bill's going to claim, but I don't claim it, okay? I don't have anything. I am not fearful of anything. I am not struggling for anything because I have no requirement. Okay? Huh? And we can watch Bill struggle for money and all this stuff and watch it. And it's very interesting. And we do observe. As we have observed this world, we observe inside and out. I observe Bob. You observe the world called Diane. You observe the world called Faith. You'll find that your world undergoes
a tremendous transformation. The world you are observing undergoes a tremendous transformation. It has a link between higher mind and the surface of it now, and before then that line wasn't there, and so it probably required a lot of things, and it didn't get it, you see, because there was nothing reported. But just the simple reporting seems to take care of it. Now, you don't have to say what it needs or what it don't need, because the headquarters knows more about it than you do, so you only report the circumstance, and it gets transformed. But the whole bit, there's always something to look at. It's not that I've arrived and I'll sit down. I still have my job. Observe this world called body, which I can see both from the inside and the outside. I have no approval for it, and I have no disapproval for it. I simply report, and something that I report to takes a lot of care of it when I'm reporting. It's in pretty fair shape, don't you think? I do. Okay, so we will leave you with working. Now, we will start in the morning at 10 o'clock, and we will finish by noon tomorrow, with the exception of Bill and Alan and Max. The rest of you should be through at noon, and I'll regulate them for at least 30 minutes more. I would like for you to go, which the not eyes are very smart, and I want to see what they do this afternoon and tonight. And you're merely a spirit observing not eyes perform. Huh? See? Have fun observing the beautiful New Mexico 9-month climate. People that come to New Mexico find it the land of enchantment, and they always return if you've eaten as much as 2 meals here, it says. And I verify that. Been returning to it for some 30 years, 20 years now. 9 months of the year the wind howls and blows, the other 3 months more than makes up for it, doesn't it, Rita? And finally the wind grows on you. So, observe. And we will do discussion in the morning. Not lectures or anything of the sort. I hope that Robert hasn't lectured to you too much, trying to transmit a picture. Now, let's use the picture for a while and see how it works, okay? And I do notice that at this particular session that the not eye has been down and I has been observing, and it's most interesting. And did you notice how quiet it is? Now, nobody's been talking very much, but you notice the difference in the sound. Heads make noise, not eyes running around with an eye identified to them. Makes a noise like a television set, even when it's turned on with no particular program on. Telephone. Only one person can answer in the name of the telephone. The circumstances, I've never had a chance to demonstrate my real greatness, and I believe I merit more appreciation than I've ever gotten. They didn't like me, they just liked that money I made. And all the work I was doing.
Rachel says that's not correct.
I've not heard. No, she gets it. I know that. Sometimes when I hear it coming off, Rachel, would you like for me to remind you that who's talking when it does? I will.
Okay.
I have heard it talk several times, so I will remind you the next time I hear you. Okay, huh? I believe that I'm entitled to have my way now. And any second force that interferes with it is obviously just evil. I believe that I'm entitled to have my way right now.
I know how to make up my mind, so I should be able to get this.
Right. Of course I can't, but I've already told myself I can't, so I'll never check that.
When mine jumped up and said, yes, but your page.
You can wait 10 minutes.
Mexico's a good place to demonstrate that one, Bob.
Yeah.
You don't get your way now.
No.
You can take leaps.
They used to say tomorrow. And that went on every day for weeks. Now they done started saying 2 weeks from now. See?
Some of us decided it might be better if we traded off having ours.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have mine today and on this particular decision. You have yours
Tomorrow.
at the next decision.
Well, right, on tomorrow. Now, it's all right. I'll give you anything you want tomorrow. That'll cost me nothing. I believe that if you were decent and good, that you would help me have my way right now.
Certainly. Absolutely. They keep me from doing silver, polish, everything.
And I believe that if you were decent and good, that you would help me have my way right now. Hmm? And if they don't help us, they don't love you, do they? How many people do you ever think about helping to have their way right now?
The cousin to that one, though, if you love me, you let me have my way.
Right. Well, that's the same difference. She's decent and good and love me when you let me have my way. Otherwise, you're just trying to control me. I can't even breathe. I've been trying to get my breath, and you won't even let me. Yep. Self-pity is what keeps us from getting our breath, not other people. Self-pity is what keeps us from getting our breath, not other people. Do you ever feel smothered by my... and you feel so sorry for yourself because he don't help you have your way right now, and he don't. And if he really loved you, he'd work at having you to have your way, wouldn't he? Huh?
There's a lot of doubts.
Well, there's maybe a few doubts, but the basic feeling is that if he really loved you, he's trying to help you have your way right now. If he don't, he's trying to control you, or he don't like you, and he knows you and goes away and just leaves you with everything to do all by your little self. And you get so sorry for yourself, you hardly get your breath. But that little not-I justifies it over and over. Says, well, obviously, I'm caring anything about you doing so-and-so, some ideal state of affairs. And so something justifies this feeling sorry for yourself pretty fast, don't it? You're aware that that is a not-I? You're subject to control by suggestion, or do you just thought that was you? Fact. See, we are trying to demonstrate that we are hypnotized.
Well, each one of these not-I's you pick on a different church.
Oh, yeah. Moment by moment, you just change the words. Different people running the house. Well, we're seeing it out there. One can justify you feeling sorry, and another one can justify you being angry, and another one can justify demonstrating something else in it.
Oh, it's different church.
Oh, yeah, each one's different. We change 1,000 times a day. No, you don't. Nobody else does. Be aware of observing this endless panorama of actors running across the stage called faith. Okay? One comes in with one problem, and before you get through talking to them, there's another one in there with its problem sometimes. I believe that I'm entitled to have all my rights, and that whatever I think of my rights are my rights, and if you were decent and fair, you would see to it that I have my rights. That gives us an awful good justification that I does for being angry, doesn't it? Does that run back in, Alan? You want me to run it back again?
Yeah, do it again.
I believe that I'm entitled to have all my rights, and that whatever I think are my rights are my rights. And if you were decent and fair, you would see to it that I have my rights. But they should give it to you because you aren't worthy. Because if you're really worthy, you can get them yourself. And as long as you're not worthy, somebody should be sorry for you and give them to you. Right? Then you can really feel miserable over that, can't you? As long as the not-I can get I hypnotized with that idea. These are hypnotic suggestions here.
There's sensations going in there.
Wonderful.
And I said, oh, that's good because now it's really working.
But you don't believe it's good. You're trying to positive think. Suggest something to yourself you don't believe. Naturally.
It hurts, and still I think, well, it's good that it hurts.
Now, one of the other suggestions, so that's what you're looking for.
Yeah.
And one of them, so that's called positive thinking, trying to convince yourself of something you don't believe. Excellent conflict. Go right ahead with it. I believe that you are deserving of blame, and that it is my duty to point it out to you and demand that you cease being to blame and admit your past behavior and pay damages of some sort. I'll do it again. I believe that you, the other guy, is deserving of blame, and that it's my duty to point it out to you as to where you're to blame, and demand that you cease being to blame, and admit your past behavior and pay some sort of damages. You know, it may be an apology, it may be some other sort.
We're seeking for more and more and more and more.
But he's to blame if he just admit it, and he knows it. But he won't be decent to admit it, will he?
I'm going to punish you for it.
That's like your friend you was telling me about that come around and says, you're the enemy, it's all your fault, and he knows you're to blame, but you just won't admit it, Rachel. It's all your fault, and you should be made to pay damages. Well, I know, but I'm talking about what he's saying there. This is a very common sound. Not I, huh? You ever hear of him now? Okay. You're acquainted with this cat. You're acquainted with it. I believe that I am victimized by you and others into being made to feel angry, guilty, fearful, insecure, envious, jealous, etc. And I believe that it is all your fault that I'm miserable. After all, I wouldn't have been jealous unless you'd have went out with that other guy.
And in jail.
Yeah, jail and all this stuff. It's all your fault. If you just hadn't done so and so, it wouldn't happen. Is that right? So you got an eye that suggests that to you constantly and tries to get you to identify with it? I believe that I have all the virtues in just about the proper degree, including humility, by insisting that I am inadequate. However, I believe that if anyone agrees that I am inadequate, that they're being very mean. That was a low blow, wasn't it?
You got all day enough for that.
I probably could have went on 3 weeks if I said that.
Say it again.
I believe that I have all virtues in just about the proper degree, including humility, by insisting that I am in some way inadequate. However, I believe that if anyone agrees that I am inadequate, that they're being very unkind. Now, you can say I'm stupid and I just don't have the ability. That's big humility, you know. But somebody else better not say you are. You're welcome. That's not I screams at you all day long. You see, they're so cunning. You come up and you moan about all these things you can't do. Lana's got one of those. It's always coming up and saying, no, I'm just so inadequate in every way. That's the proper degree of humility. But nobody else better tell her that unless you want a little fight on that. Right, Lana?
I can see it, but don't anybody.
Y'all be here, Bill, where somebody come up with it and we get our heads cracked. Jim, he's pretty good at going around telling how miserable, you know, he's very humble. He just really is an inadequate in every direction. But nobody else better say unless you want to fight, because that little guy comes off the floor and you start telling him how inadequate he is. How about you, Jonas? You come up with this nice humble bit, you devil. You see, this is how powerful these demons are. They hypnotize you into making you feel you're so inadequate and everything. But you just better not let anybody else say it. Is that right? Of course, then we've been very unkind and miserable to you, haven't we? Now, I've, one time, being a mean old man, made a habit of agreeing with everybody that come in and told me how miserable they were. You know, how inadequate, how humble they were, how all this. I agreed with them. And once upon a time, I've had people come in and say, well, I just think I'm going to end it all. You know, they're being so humble, they shouldn't even take up space on the earth. I said, well, I think that's a good idea. You never have done anything with it, and I don't think you look like you're going to. Why don't you get it over with? I found out suddenly they weren't quite so humble. I always check first, be sure they didn't have a gun with them to do their little job, because I would have got it. But you agree with the next person, including yourself, that says how humble you are. You know, how inadequate, how big a failure you are, and all this stuff. You agree with it wholeheartedly. I think you're really right. You really are inadequate. I've never seen anything you really do well. That's one of your favorite bits, too, isn't it, Marie? Being humble. Nobody else could have said so, have they? Mike's on them. So, are you getting a little bit acquainted from these not I's that are constantly suggestion? Now, everything we've laid out here is a suggestion that a not I has been handed to I. Right, Alan? These are suggestions. See? You've been buying them. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you is a good hypnotic subject. Boom, 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 boom. Some of those things even been hollering at you, haven't they, Sherry, and telling you aren't worth a dirt. But I better not come along and tell you you're not worth it then. Now, you'll be all upset about it, wouldn't you? You'd cry and hurt. But the other one, we can pat ourselves on the back that we're so humble and feel very gracious for a while. Go right ahead and cry, you poor thing. I believe that I am capable of directing your affairs, and that if you would have no difficulties, if you would just take my advice. Genevieve, did you ever hear that one? Playing around down in there, mostly being Genevieve. I believe that I am capable of directing your affairs, and that if you would have no difficulties, if you would just take my advice. How about that, Bill?
Right on.
Everybody in town would be doing fine if it just isn't a Bill, but one of them's too stupid to listen to him, you know. Bill never gives advice, you know, but
Like whipping shapes.
whipping shapes, you know, and do what's right for him. And they'd all listen to Bill. And everybody and nobody in town would have any difficulties. Everything in Roswell would run just as smooth as simple.
So simple.
It's so simple. If it's just see it.
Any fool can claim they see it.
Right, but even the fools don't see it. They're supported out.
That was a good way to sell life insurance.
Right.
The only way to sell it.
He's directed their affairs, but he's not selling life insurance anymore, but he's still doing it. Last summer his friend Bob was here, and a little English lady was here. And Bob was selling as usual. You remember that? And little Joni said, I wouldn't mind insurance. No, I think it's a big heap. He practically lost his life then and there. He went into such a tether. Poor Bob almost died of his life. I believe that the I that believes each of these and many more things is the one and only I that is I. That's too complicated. I'll go real slow this time. That's how it come out of my time. I believe the I that believes each of these we've been talking about, and many more things, is the one and only I that is I. Are you beginning to see there's a herd? Like a big flock of sheep running around here, there, and everywhere. You seen that, Bill?
Yeah.
They're not just one, Bill. There is hundreds of them. And they all got some powerful assumptions that keeps I asleep and among the dead. These dead ideas, huh?
Maybe it's the most difficult one to see of all.
Okay, I think it is. I believe the I that believes each of these and many more things is the one and only I that is I. Is that right? I don't feel there is but one in real well. But check it out. There are many contradictions.
There's a hypnotic effect of the picture of man when we put 7 there to ignore any others.
Mm-hmm. Well, these all are kids of the 7. 7 is the patriarchs.
Yeah. But,
and they all got a long genealogy. They've had many descendants. times. They've been fruitful and multiplied and replenished and deplenished and destroyed the earth. They've polluted it.
Married and remarried.
Yeah. They have 7 patriarchs that they have on the picture of
The
that.
original polygamy, I guess.
And they got jillions of kids. And this is the kids we're reading about here. I don't believe that there are many eyes, each with a will, each trying to run the entire household called self. That this household is usually in conflict and is an inward state of disintegration which will sooner or later be expressed outwardly. Listen, that sounds pretty close to when it talks to you, isn't it? I'll run him again. I don't believe that there are many eyes, each with a will, each trying to run the entire household called self. That this household is usually in conflict. You don't even believe that, even though you notice it once in a while. You don't believe that it is most of the time. It's just once in a while, isn't it?
That's the process of getting things squared away.
Yeah, there's a little conflict here and there, but it's really in conflict all the time. And is in an inward state of disintegration, which will sooner or later be expressed externally. In other words, you'll see the body start hitting the seeds and falling apart and so forth after a while. Now, most of us try to convince ourselves that we are not in conflict only just once in a while. Now and then something goes haywire. But most of the time, one of the not-eyes says, we're doing pretty good, aren't we doing? It's just now and then when somebody misbehaves that upsets me.
Bob, elaborate on that a little bit, will you, somehow?
Try to.
How can you, don't you feel all your conflict?
Oh, no, you can keep a lot of it buried, and you can just keep yourself distracted so you don't really aware of it. Mm-hmm.
Is there
It's the favorite indoor sport of the human race.
That means then that an eye is up all the time.
Oh, one or more is up, and one of them said, well, we don't have any conflict. I got them all pushed down there, but they're sitting down there chewing their fingernails, waiting for their chance to come. And you really are in conflict most of the time.
Like 99.9%?
Yeah, plus.
Plus.
99.9+%.
You're talking about all thoughts.
Yeah, most of it's in conflict. One runs by, and then what comes right behind it. Another one down there says, I'm going to get him. So one says paint the house pink, and one says paint it blue, don't it, Rachel? Now, we don't think of this conflict. We usually call it something else. We call it trying to make up the mind. I'm trying to come to a conclusion. I'm trying to do the right thing. I want to figure this out. I want to get the facts on the matter. And, you know, we got lots of beauties for it.
That has a glandular reaction.
Yeah, as long as you make it important that you're going to do it. Yeah. If you really want to do the right thing, you're in conflict, aren't you? Now, if you would never have a conflict or have to make up your mind about anything, if you weren't in conflict already, you didn't have 2 eyes fighting over it, would you? At least 2. You'd always be spontaneous action at every moment. And how can you do that? You always have to think about it, don't you?
Sure.
Okay, now you've been in this state so long, you think of it as being normal.
That's right.
Just because it's usual, you say it's normal.
That's right.
Okay, now you've always been in this state where everything you did, you had to think about it a while. Is that conflict there?
It must be.
Well, isn't it? You're going this way and you're going this way. One eye says go, don't take off from the restaurant when it's really making you a living. And the other one says, well, after all, it's more worthwhile to find out something than it is to run the restaurant.
Exactly. That's right.
Did I get with you?
Yes, sir.
Is there conflict then?
Well, I hadn't recognized it.
Well, no, because we've lived in it all of our lives and we take it for being natural. But do you see that there was 2 voices talking about it? Is that right?
Is there a way I can see that for the demon it is? That conflict? Because I don't.
Well, just stand off and watch that there is at least 2 ways of arguments about almost anything you do.
Okay, I'm back.
Huh?
Yes.
You stand out there and watch it, and one of them says, well, you should burn the threads on the floor, and the other says, oh, don't take time to burn, yank the thing out. Now, which one do you do? Do you see it?
Which is easy.
But it's constantly, there is 2 attorneys arguing every point,
Yeah.
and trying to get the judge to take one or the other. Is that right? So you're constantly being suggested. Is that right now? Okay. Now is that clarified?
That's death.
That's what?
Death.
Well, sure, it's just being down there and being kicked around by these things in here. Mechanical. You got two sets of programming in the same computer, and you throw a problem at it. What do you think the poor computer will do? Well, what do you do?
But I never recognized that.
I know that. But I said it. We've done it all of our life, so we take it as being normal, and I'm getting along fine.
Right.
That's one of those non-eyes that says, well, this is the way it's supposed to be. It's human nature.
Otherwise you'd be bored.
Right. One of them says, well, this is human nature. One says, well, that's what you really are, a problem-solving machine. After all, everybody has problems.
You can't win.
No, you can't
No
win.
matter- no matter-
No, there's no winning of this. So you only stand off and watch this commotion going on. But you see, they all tell you this is the way it should be. One says to the nine, keep it asleep, says, well, don't wake up, but we're taking care of everything. Everybody has problems.
And all this is bad.
Real
All this is
How
bad.
to fix it.
Is it bad? Is it was bad or good? It's just that
I
they're
know,
doing
I
it.
see that.
Your big
I
fat
said-
boys out there wanting to give you
I'm saying that I've judged it already. All this is bad. And I
yeah.
want-
Well, that's one of the guys says it's bad now, and self-improvement wouldn't have any of that. Huh? Okay. Now, we said this is a sketchy introduction to a few of the eyes that make up the mob that inhabit the self. Now, the ones we've talked about for the last hour has been just a few of the self that make up the mob that inhabits the self. You acquainted with most of that mob?
No, but a few.
And the rest of them you'll begin to see they are all floating around there, you see, and all coming up at various times to run the household. I can say that I'm aware that every one of these did or lives in this household. Because I'm well acquainted with them. Okay? There's not a one made up. I've experienced every one of them.
There's a few of them who haven't let me see their face yet.
And they still in the dark. Well, you just keep observing them, and that's getting your little flashlight and throwing a light down in there where they operate. Okay, they live down back alley. Okay, observe these for a few minutes, and let's take about 10 minutes off here. While you observe these not eyes, now we give you a sampling. There's nobody can tell you all the eyes that you have, except you can observe them. Now, if you observe them, what do? Observe them with condemning them or justifying them? One of them caught you then. No, you neither condemn nor justify. It's interesting to see what a mob. You are from Mars. You could care less what earthling people do. And you are merely observing an earth being that thinks it's one that really is a sleuth, a big mob, okay? Just observe them. You neither condemn them or justify them. You merely says be self-knowing, and nothing to do with self-improving. Now, what you've always worked at was what these various ones said here, that you and others should be improved. Is that right? Now, we're talking an entirely different thing. We are not trying to improve it. We are observing it, seeing it for what it is without condemning it or justifying, which is to know the truth. So wake up from the dead and get out of it and merely observe it, and then there is a statement which we'll find out if it's true. Don't accept it as being true just because it's in a black book. Wait and find out. Okay? Let's take a few minutes and concentrate a bit.
There's no thought for reprieve, right? Don't see any.
No song. No?
Not one.
Not one. In the present discussion, we will attempt to see suggestion from various not eyes that are always trying to get I back to sleep.
that I with a line drawn on it. The objective observer is a threat. Now, there is an old story been told that most of you read in grade school in fairy tales of the goose that laid the golden egg. Are you acquainted with that story? A certain man had a goose, or a certain mob had a goose, and this goose laid a large golden egg every day. Finally, the mob decided that they couldn't wait for it to just lay one golden egg every day. They'd kill it and get all the gold. So they killed it and they found a little lump of gold, and that was the end of their supply. Now, the not I in this little story is the owner of the goose, the not I, or the owner of the goose. The goose is I, that is asleep and down amongst the dead. And the gold, of course, is the energy from X. Now, all these not I's are very similar, that they want that golden egg, the energy from X every day, and they can only get it through the goose. But one day they get so greedy they kill the goose. And then, of course, that's the end of the show. But in as much as I don't want to be the goose, maybe the who is to wake up. Okay? All right, Brother Rich?
I think that sounds true.
I don't want to be the goose. Or if you lay a golden egg, they get the energy every day.
It's a good hypothesis to work on.
Well, it's a reasonable one to look at, and I'll just as soon not do that. Huh? Now, well...
Is that what they meant when they called me a poor goose?
Yeah.
Poor goose.
Well, they had something else in mind.
So we have here the tricks of various not I's to I. It plays tricks. Suggestions from not I's to I. Now to the real I, the observer. Now the minute he's up there, they're about to lose their golden egg every day, so they want to get him back, huh? And they kill him later. So here's some things that we will notice, suggestions that come from a not I to I anytime you're observing. Okay? And they try to get him back to sleep again, put him down in the pit where they can hand him down amongst the dead. The not I's continually entice I to identify with. This is the never-ending effort of all the not I's, is to get the real I, the observer, the function of X, to identify with these not I's. A condemning I will come along when you have noticed something, and they'll jump up and say, well, that is bad. And they'll try to get you to identify with that condemning I, and then you can set off on that little trip for self-improvement again. Got a self-improving I tries to identify, get you to agree that this is the thing to do. It's awful easy to do with those because they're good, aren't they? From what we've been told. We say, we're good not I's. Now you can join forces with us. We're good not I's. We're trying to straighten things out, aren't we, Mom? Now you can really identify with us. The self-righteous I's try to reason with the I to see it their way. They say, now after all, you've observed this and you know that we should improve and we should straighten this out in you. And they will try to get you. The self-righteous, the self-improving, and the tormentors. The justifying I's make almost anything sound good. Can't they? They say, well, after all, you know, it is human nature that you do so and so. And after all, nobody know about it, and it is necessary, and everybody does it. It is the in thing, these things. They're experts in changing the meaning of words. They'll use the same word, but they'll slash another little meaning on it. These justifying I's just love to take the teaching that I is free to experience whatever may arise in the house of self and not identify with the happening and twist the idea into license. Did you ever hear that one taught? In the teaching ideas, it says that I, the observer, is free to experience without condemning or justifying anything that may arise in the house of self.
But one of these justifying guys says, well, after all, he said we're free to. The whole teaching says we're free to, so let's prove we're free to. Huh? And they got you going. Run away quick. Run away.
And this guilty one goes to that.
Oh, he stays away until the other one gets you to do it. And then the guilt one is, you know, he's sharpening his claws while the other one's getting you to go there. Go ahead, man, you butt you. Then as soon as you do it, then he comes and says, free to. They're buddies. They're going to kill the goose that laid the golden egg. See? That there are two basic parties of eyes, you will observe. It's a two-party system. And an election every day. They're appealing to the voters every day. I is the only voter, and both parties are dealing with it. Now, you will observe this if you are just in a listen. There are two basic parties of eyes, A and D, and that they are in conflict constantly, and that each party is attempting to get I to vote for it or to identify with it. Each I, each A, all that party is trying to get you to go with them and say that the others are wrong.
The original source of campaign promise.
Right. They never deliver. But they sure campaign. And while one is making the speech, the other respectfully sits to the side and sharpens their claws and their pitchforks and their shovel the fire up a little bit and get everything going well and says, well, good for you, man. That was a good argument. And if you vote for A, then you have B comes in to tell you what a mess you made for voting for. And if you vote for D, A's been waiting. And it comes over. Now, they never get up at the same time, are they?
Ron? So the observer just sits and watches those guys, and he does what he wants to, right?
Well, he don't do anything. He just observes them. That's all he needs to do. X does all the work. The minute he says you can do something, he doesn't call it a not I. Only X can do anything. You don't have to stand up, Bill. No. So you can't do anything. You only do what the one thing you can do is observe objectively the two campaigns going on, A and B. You watch them both, and you don't intend to vote for either one.
Okay, now I'm a hermit. I've got to go away from things, follow up.
That's what one of them says. What one says. It's a very logical reasoning one. Because after all, you can't do this while you're fiddling around people. They will distract you. And this is very important, so you got to do it now. I mean, justifying you being a hermit. That way you wouldn't have to think about whether you did the right thing or not, leave no link, because you're going to do this all the time. But the other one's sitting over there sharpening his claws while that one is getting his leg in, and it says, I hope he takes that. I hope he buys that. I've been there, dear, no. You're wrong. I hope she buys that. I hope she goes off and mechanics by herself for a while. That's what I have done. Huh?
Bob, are we saying then that you watch both eyes and you just go ahead and experience what happens?
You experience what they're doing. And you're going to experience it anyway. You might as well do it gracefully and watch what all the mess of eyes get into and what the machine goes through. Yes.
So who stands up? Bill
I.
or I?
I, the observer, the function of X. The function of X.
What stands up?
Right. And watch it. All these not eyes run the machine for a while.
Well, then it's the not I that gets language and woman model.
Something like that. No, it gets yours in there. It says it's Homer.
I mean, it's his model.
No, it is getting his model.
My model.
Sure. You just blame it on Homer. He says this is all Homer's fault. That's what I'm saying. You didn't do it. It's all Homer's fault. I didn't do it. You know, the cup. I didn't drop the cup. It slipped out of my hand. So you merely observe, Bill, what's going on. Now, as one observes, X changes all this house of not eyes. The observer can't do anything about it. It has one thing to do. I think this is the thing that one of the not eyes is always saying we can do things. Right, Bill?
Right.
It's a liar like all the rest of them. It's a liar from the beginning. Here is a picture of man. Let's look at it, Bill. Here's X. It's the only light there, the real doer. It's the only one that can do anything. Who does all the work in any case? Right? According to the great teacher. That's it. Okay? That's the only source of energy. This was designed to be an observer. And here is the machine, the physical body, and here would produce the function. Okay, so here is the big environment, and an impulse comes in here. No matter what it is, it reports it objectively. Where does it report it? To X. X then generates the energy and does the doing. This is only reporting. Awareness, objective. And then there would be the appropriate action for whatever was reported here. Okay? Now that is the way you and I and all other human beings are designed. Yes.
Where does the what come in now?
This sees what's out here. This is the what is there. It doesn't say what to do about it. It just reports it. X then does the appropriate action, which is both the what and the how. This sees what's out there. What is there. This says how to handle what's there. Okay? Only X does. We've used the wise general and the intelligence core again. Now this is the intelligence core, Bill. What does it do?
Okay, the reference hacksaw. This is the reference pull.
Right. And you see all the action take place. You want a demonstration?
You want one?
Now, did you know how to catch that? Or did you say, and X grabbed the thing, right? And it was much more anxiety, or much more something coming at you than the rest of it.
Right.
And X handles it without any frustration. Now, if you start handling it with all the not eyes, one not eye says, well, you've got to get those people out of in the house, and the other one says you've got to tell them they'll be a minute late, and another one, well, get those kids, get that table jumped off. Come on, get it on. Now, when all the not eyes is trying to get people through the rest of it, it's a madhouse. When X is running, it's smooth as silk. But it all gets done. Now, the only one you observed is this. Just like you did the roll of tape coming. Now, do you know how to catch the roll of tape suddenly? No, X said so, and all you did was report. Now, the only time that I wakes up and objectively reports is usually in an intense emergency, such as something coming in, or something going to happen. Then it objectively reports. It don't have time for the not eyes to all get their lick in, you see, and tell about how to do it. And then as soon as it's over with, then one says, well, what if so-and-so would have happened? And the other says, what if so-and-so would have happened? You begin to shake. You've been there, haven't you, Rachel? A true emergency, and it happened. And then as soon as you got through, one not eye said, well, what if he'd have hit you? And the other one said, well, what if you'd have run into him? You'd have got sued, and all of a sudden you got the shaking meanies. You've all been through that, haven't you? You had driving down the highway somewhere, and you had a close call, and you handled it greatly. X took care of it. And by the minute it was over with, then all the non-eyes began to say, what if this had happened? What if that had happened? And you get the cold shakes, and you have to stop and pull the car to the curb because it's shaking so hard to accelerate it going like that. Huh? You been there? So all you do is report. That's what's out there. And X does the how. Now, this intelligence core, use the army again. Huh?
Well, there seems to be, the I decides what experiments I want to run.
Oh, no, that's a not-eye.
Is it?
Oh, not-eye always catches you on that little story. Not-eye always catches you on that. Says that'll be nice. But we can lay those out, see if they catch you. I want to talk. How'd you decide what to do there?
I didn't
Okay, well, let's say that I is not to decide. This has no business of trying to decide what to do. It has a reporter's job, and we have been conditioned that it was supposed to be no X. Alan was down dealing with some of the academic people the other day, and they don't admit that, do they? That there is none there. Now, we're all somewhat of an atheist when you say that you've got to figure out what to do. Because that is not the power of man. But we have been conditioned with it for years that we should know what to do and what to do about this and about that. And that is to deny what, man? God, spirit, whatever you want to say. We deny it constantly as long as we're trying to. Our eyes don't want to admit it's up there. See? And so all academic work is built that there isn't any such thing. Now we started it, we had, one thing we would do is assume that there is a higher mind for a little while. We would long enough for a working hypothesis to work on. Huh? We're going to find out whether there is or whether there isn't. If there's not, we'll find that out. If there is, we'll find it out. That's what I want to know. Right? I want to know if it's up there. I don't want to just assume because it upsets the hypothesis that it's not. And I don't want to assume that it is. I want to find out. So a great number of people says there is a higher mind you can experience, and there's a great mass of people says there isn't any such thing, right? What we're reading?
Paul's in the eye with a line under it. The eye with a line under it.
It's just an observer.
It's just an observer. So the personality, which is all the not eyes, when they die off, can the eye...
Then we experience X. Let's find out what it's like, okay? Then we would find a true living being, X, a God-man. Now let's find out what it's like. They usually get hung and nailed to trees, but it'd be worthwhile fun first to find out what happens when they nail you to a tree.
And I have to do it for at that moment.
Yeah. Bill, give her a capsule. She just got it all figured out. She can put it in one of your little capsules. It is not doing anything. It is being aware. X does the doing. Now this is something we will find out, you see. Not accept what Bob says, accept what anybody in the world says, but there is enough people in the world that says there is a higher mind and that man can union with it and experience it. There's a lot that says it don't, and there's only one thing left to do, find out for yourself. If I come and tell you that the steaks at the Kettleman Steakhouse are lousy and Bill comes and tells you they're wonderful, there's only one way you can find out. Go buy it and eat it, huh?
And then you still don't know. About that one.
Huh?
And you still don't know only about that one.
Right, but you want to know whether this you can experience or not. Once or 1,000 days or all day long. We want to know for ourselves. Now, I have no reason to accept some joker who comes along and jumps up and down and screams and talks in a beautiful voice and plays the organ that there is a higher mind. I don't have any reason to believe it. And there's another guy comes along and says there isn't. I've listened to both, so have you. Have you? We all have. Now, if you want to just believe one or the other, that's your business. But I don't want to just believe anybody. I want to find out, okay? So then, we are doing our best to do that which makes it possible to find out. One is... Huh?
And you still don't know only about that one.
Right, but you want to know whether this you can experience or not. Once or 1,000 days or all day long. We want to know for ourselves. Now, I have no reason to accept some joker who comes along and jumps up and down and screams and talks in a beautiful voice and plays the organ that there is a higher mind. I don't have any reason to believe it. And there's another guy comes along and says there isn't. I've listened to both, so have you. Have you? We all have. Now, if you want to just believe one or the other, that's your business. But I don't want to just believe anybody. I want to find out, okay? So then, we are doing our best to do that which makes it possible to find out. One is to see that all I can do is to be objectively aware and that X does all the work or something does. Maybe it's a machine, I don't know. We'll find out. But anyway, we don't know how to stand up. That we can check out and find out. Huh?
Well, I'm all confused with the activities.
Well, that's purely mechanical.
You haven't got a thing in the world to do with it. I just demonstrated it. I thought, you want me to do it again? This is fuzzy. Huh? Now, you don't do the activity, but there's a not I in there that says you did this, and you did that, and you did the other. You digest your food, don't you? Huh? I'd like to see you.
Well, the body does it some way.
Something, now you're off on the tangent. Something does it, but you don't know what it is that does it. It gets done. That's all you know about it. Is that all right now? Now let's admit the fact. Do you know where the body digests food? If you think it does, I'll go down to Ballard's. They used to be pretty good buddies of mine. I believe they let us put a food in one of their next ones they bring in. Let's see if it digests it.
Okay.
I'd like to see one of those bodies digesting food. Let's poke it in it and see. John's got some dead steers back there in run. Just put some hay in one of them, see if it'll digest.
Okay.
Okay, now, you're going to experiment to find out if there is an X.
I want to find out if there is a higher mind, which we have referred to as X because it's unknown to us at the moment.
Now, this is a what? What I'm going to do.
No, it is finding out what one can do. It is finding out. We said there's one thing you can do, all right?
Yeah.
Just one. One thing. Now, if you can find anything else you do, I want to see it. One thing other than objectively observe what's going on in the self, and you have a hard enough time doing that. That's a full-time occupation, and one you can't keep up very long at a time. I think everybody's found out. Now, I want to know anything else you can do, man. You can't digest food because you're in the fog, you stand around it. You can't stand up, you don't know how to do that. You can't wiggle your finger because you don't know how to do that. You can't make a piece of meat see, but you're seeing. You're experiencing seeing, but you don't know how to do it. Right? You don't understand. Right? You can't make your heart beat. There's no physician in the world can keep it beating when it quits. But they would never lose one, would they? So we don't know how to do anything. In other words, we want to look and see. Now we have told ourselves all of our life, the not I's have said you digest your food, you can have a cold, you can get up, you can walk, you can dance, you can talk, and all these things, all right? But you don't have to do one of those things. You can only see it out there, and it does once in a while. Now, in the many things that goes on inside is what? There's not I telling X something's going on. It does a lot of those also. Is that right? All the things that really seems to matter very much. Our interpersonal relationships, the mechanical existence of being, why this thing in its sleep has learned to see that. In its hypnotic trance, it's learned to see that. It works only on survival. It sees enough to see survival temporarily. Huh? Now, and that's about all we can do, that it mechanically senses and does things to react. Its I is only awake enough from birth to respond to things that make survival. The rest of it, the not I's are running. All these kids in here talking in the name of I. Now, this is where we want to get acquainted. And there's only one way that we know anything about. There may be other ways. I don't know. It's only one we know anything about, and that is by objectively observing all the not I. Now that's called cleaning the inside of the cup, or a few things like that. Turning the light on, light a lamp and set it on a lampstand so you can see. If the I, or the inner comprehension in thee, is dark, how great is the darkness in thee? But if the inner comprehension in thee is light, then the whole body, the whole state of being will be full of light. But we stay in this dream state that we know how to digest food, until it's not working someday, and then we say, my digestion has gone haywire. But as long as you do it, I can digest unwiring wedge. You've heard that one, haven't you, Bill? I can digest anything, and you don't know how to digest nothing. So their first thing is that the not I's convince the I that they can do everything. That's hypnotic trance. So the not I is always busy trying to hypnotize I, the observer.
Now that's all it needs to do because it is a function of X and X can do the rest of it. The wise general can direct all the soldiers. And he can know all the things in the world, but he does require information. Now he doesn't need any opinions from his intelligence corps, does he? Which is a wise general. So he needs no opinions. He only wants what? Information. Now that's a fair sentence. And this is all X wants from awareness is information, but it's been infiltrated by what we refer to as conditioning. Some older books refer to as demons. Having a lot in there all answered in the name of I to X. Huh? Everything hollers, this is I. I hear.
Now, we were using, instead of interpreter, instead of reporter, we were using interpreter for a while.
No, I never did.
How much on that?
I got all the tape, I've got every tape transcribed.
This was at Borrego.
Yeah. I was looking to him last week.
And you never call that
an interpreter? No. Unless he interprets words. He sees what's going on. He sees what's going on in these remains. He interprets it being a not I instead of himself. That was used one time, I noticed, on that tapes. I have all the tapes of radio and all the others. I also have transcriptions. I saw that one in there. That it interprets what is I and what is not I yet. That's all.
We use the example of seeing water and interpreting it as solid.
Yeah.
And so waka.
Yeah.
Well, that was...
No, it was so how he sees, which is not interpreting. That was no doubt full that. We said how we see things. And this is coming up yet today or tomorrow. That one sees differently than what one formerly did. In other words, one is beginning to see differently right now that we hope that I is an observer and that the not-I's are all trying to say they are doing this. Huh? And it is necessary to see what is not I. Now, I don't know how to do anything except be a function of X, awareness. The not-I's seem to know everything according to that, huh? But they got to feel the energy by running it through the kick.
Bob, the I with a line under it is an observer.
That's all.
Is that purely a physical feel, touch, sight?
It's ever perceivable method of observing, let's say.
Well, the observation has no verbalization, does it?
I think it does, trying to see.
Does that? Oh, I look at you.
Now look at one of these over here and see if you verbalize what they are. Let's see if you even classify according to sex or all those stuff.
After I see him, I do.
Well, then you didn't observe until you see him.
I don't follow you again.
Well, you said it wasn't any verbalization in it.
Right.
Well, do you observe anything? Let's see if you can observe this.
Okay.
Got any verbalization?
Yeah, that's a eraser.
Okay. Observe this.
Yeah.
What do you got?
Rubber band.
Okay, you verbalized it, didn't you?
Yeah.
Now, if I held up some object that you had never seen before, could you verbalize it, or would you have to
Well,
verbalize it? I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Okay. So isn't ever observing not in verbalization with it?
Well, yeah, but after it, huh?
Well, it's simultaneous.
Oh.
Let's try it. Now try to observe it first and then wait 4 seconds before you verbalize
No,
it.
I can.
But the thing, and then it locks in to identify the thing. That's the verbalizing part.
The non-I's are really busy, aren't they? They say you've got to learn this and get good technical terms on it, and for goodness sakes, don't just stop out there and start observing and seeing what's going on casually. You've got to do a lot of, well, we should go to college and get a degree in some material here. I don't know what you're talking about, but I can see the not-I's trying to distract from the subject of saying we've got to get this all put down just so-so. Is that right?
Yeah.
You can reason it out then, can't you? Now, if you could come to a conclusion about it, well, you would never have to look at it again, would you? You see, a conclusion means the end of the matter. And is this what not I saying, well, you got to get something where you can come to some conclusion about what you're doing. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I heard you. He's a cute kid. He's got 2 heads and 10 horns.
Leave that back there.
He's got a long tail. And he's going to take a third of it and knock it on the ground in a minute. He's always trying to get you caught in to identify. Now, this is what we're talking about. It's the tricks. First when he said there are 2 parties. Then it was said that A, an AI, one of those I's from the A party, will justify something, some behavior. Then it takes off. It goes as soon as it gets you to do it. And then a B party member will then arise and condemn the behavior. But you think that A one will come back and help you defend it now, or is he gone? He done took off when he says, watch her squirm, would you? I got her into that, and now my buddy's pinching her, and I'm not going over and help her now. You ever experienced that a little bit?
Once in a while.
Yeah, one little A party will come up and convince you how simple and desirable it would be to go do something. And suddenly it just seems the only thing in the world to do. Got the sleeper, got him down there, and got him. He agreed to do anything then. And then as soon as he gets you to do it, that hypnotizer leaves. And then the condemner from the other party is waiting to give you help. Huh? You ever experienced that? And did that one that thought up all those wonderful arguments of why it was so nice to go in and do it, come back and help you out? He gone. Huh? One might also observe that what we refer to as thoughts are simply associations. Now, basically, the not I says a thought is a message from the future that tells us what's going to happen. Do you ever have a thought that says you're going to get in trouble next week?
You bet.
How did you do now? Panic? Palm sweat?
Catastrophized all over. Catastrophized all over.
Catastrophe all over the place.
Everything
Now,
was destroyed.
it maybe never did happen, did it?
Hasn't yet.
Most of the things that these eyes, they're very poor fortune tellers, but they make you believe it. Now, it's happening right now. What's the matter, Mr. Ray?
I got one that says, but all of your happy times are wrapped up with fantasy. If you get rid of fantasy, you can have no more fun in life.
Nobody said anything. I'm getting rid of fantasy. Just know it is.
I know, but
Right, I know what his argument is. He says, fail and Prince and believe it. And anything that comes along is about to set off a string of associations. Now, one association sets off another association. So, maybe I say, what does this remind you of? Huh?
I could go for hours.
And then it sets off another association. Each one of those sets off one. This one probably associates with school, and then that one sets off another one, and another one, and another one. It keeps going. This is what we call thought. It's a string of similar associations on the computer wire. And now if you know that it is an association, and watch it from the conscious objective observer, there is no emotion involved in it. But if you forget it, every association brings up the emotions that went with it in its original state. Huh? And you're a bundle of emotions most of the time. And we might recognize that past happenings, which we made important when they happened, or some not I made important, are powerful influences on the present.
Oh, yeah.
You're right. Now, if somebody come along and said to you, you've got to change your past, how would you feel about that, Miss Rachel?
Impossible. It's gone.
How would you feel about it, Karita? How would you feel about it? You've got to change your past before you could ever get along with it.
I see that I can.
Huh?
I see a little glimmer light there.
That you could reevaluate that happening, and now you see it in a different light, and your past has been changed.
Right.
Right. Now it doesn't have any effect on the present.
Great.
You can't change the past, and it is an absolute necessity is to change the past. Now, if when I was 4 years old and a sheriff comes to the house to steal my dog, or steals the dog, or whatever it was, and I then decided that sheriffs were all evil people, and if I never reevaluated that, how would I see any officer today?
Not the way you see him.
By the way, I've seen him going over the hill, and I know. But if I should reevaluate that someday, in case I ever decided I thought I might put up with those cats, have I changed the past, then, Rachel?
Mm-hmm.
Past can be changed, yeah.
Yes.
And in fact, it's kind of essential
And we must do it.
if we're going to quit being run by not I.
Yes.
Okay?
Now,
In other words, that kills us. No. Not self-improvement. It's self-destruction.
Yes, yes.
The self-improver can grab that.
You know, he can work on it. He'll say, man, that's self-improvement. You know, anything to keep you from looking, he'll try it. No, we said knowing the self, and when you see anything, we had on there, one of the things was value. Huh? And if you could observe that somebody walked along and that whenever they came by that you got upset due to a sentiment, and you saw that it was due to an association, you would reevaluate that. By the very fact of seeing it, reevaluate that. In the scientific world, it says that nothing is the same when it's being observed as it is when it's not being observed. Huh? Okay, then the self undergoes change simply by being observed. It's not an improvement, it's a natural sequence. Besides that, X changes it and you don't. But in our thought it's found a contradiction somewhere there, and so it says, we won't pay no attention to any of this stuff.
All right, as I try to use this, though.
Who's going to use it? Nobody's going to do anything except observe what's going on. If you're going to try to use anything, it's already a not I was going
Well,
to
I'm
use it.
trying to look at it with another viewpoint.
Okay, just stand off and observe what all the eyes say about it. One saying, well, that's self-improvement. The other one says, well, anyway, it's worth trying, and so on. You just watch it. What's the self? You see, the thing that is difficult to us, Joyce, we've never been objective in our life. We've always been subjective, asleep, among the dead. We've always been subjective. Everything was how it hit me. And the idea of seeing something without being involved in it is almost slow at first, but you can do it. Huh? But the not eyes are making so much noise that the eye seldom gets to look at anything until they're already hollering at him. It's like somebody butts in when you're talking. Correct? Can you observe them doing that? Now we'll sit down for a little while and I'll see if I can go with you on that. Okay? Now, this is some things we may notice of the tricks of the eye. You were just talking to one of them. He's demonstrating for us as we can watch. That each eye is always considering self. How does this affect me? No matter how many hundreds of them in there, each one of them saying, does this affect me? Okay? That each eye has built accounts against almost everyone the self associates with. And feels that the others owe you, not necessarily money, but apologies, fair treatment. They owe you a lot, don't they? Completely change themselves, what most of them owe to you, don't they? Is that right? If they really owe to me is really changing and making up for all that misery they caused me.
After keeping them around that long.
They really owe me something, don't they? So we got accounts against them. Each one of the kids, the husband, and mother, and father, and all sorts of people. Now, that one of the eyes got counting. He's always coming up to the other. Well, after all, they did mistreat you.
Put me on the wrong way. Put me on the wrong path.
Right, they got me all started off wrong. That each eye has a very high opinion of its worth. Each false eye has a very high opinion of its worth. It feels that nothing could run unless it's running the show. They're all in there. that there is a composite picture of self as something very nice, very conscious, very righteous, very outstanding, very intelligent, very attractive, and very humble. That's a composite of all the eyes paint a picture of Genevieve. It's a false one, but it's beautiful. Huh? It is that I am very nice, very conscious, very righteous, very outstanding, very intelligent, very attractive, and very humble.
And very sincere.
Yes, and this could be called vanity. It is a false picture of self. And then pride, of course, goes to great lengths to defend that false picture. You know, you're going to defend that. Somebody can come and tell me I'm not any of those things. I may know I'm very, but you better not. And that there's a group of eyes that defend this false picture. This could be called pride. And they're two very powerful hypnotizers. And they always say, you are pretty nice. Very humble, though. Totally unworthy. Well, I am pretty nice.
Just a little improvement.
I may notice that vanity and pride are powerful forces to I, maintaining its position as an objective observer. He's doing battle with an adversary that's well to be respected. So I sends out here and observes. It doesn't matter where it is. We just put it here for a point. He's observing, throwing a beam of light down in here and seeing all this. And these are I've got very pretty pictures, Bob, in there. I'm very nice, I'm very outstanding, I'm very this, very that, very the other. And you better not say anything about it, or there's another one I'm going to have to defend it. And this is very powerful forces to this maintaining its business of being awake and of renouncing on the other side, because it says it'll disidentify, and every effort is made to get this to identify with this, and this is what you experience is going on, making a little noise. Because you go out and start observing, and all of a sudden it's got you caught and says, I'm doing this. So here is pride and vanity, which are the two false picture of self as a very super duper, very conscious, very aware, very alert, very smart individual. And then the defense to keep it that way is the very powerful force that shoots this with an arrow. That's Goliath. And it takes a little David with a slingshot to get him down, but that's Goliath out there. Pride and vanity is Goliath. You know, he was a 9-foot giant. And a little David can knock him down. Little kid with a slingshot. Now, little kid with a slingshot didn't want to poke him one. He stayed away from him and throw it with a slingshot. And that's what the story of David represents, the observer. And it don't take much to knock Goliath down, but if you go out and try to do battle with Goliath, you're going to get knocked flat down. He's the whole army of the Philistines.
The A side is the Israelites, and the B side is the Philistines.
Well, pretty close to that, because B builds the false picture of self, the vanity, and this defends it. So the pride and vanity is out here knocking down the real ruler of Israel, which was David, but he was a very little kid then. Later he got to be the king. At the moment he was just a little kid with a slingshot. See? And the battle was on, and these were the powerful adversaries, and he took a little shot out there and knocked him down, and many years later he got to be the king. It's what I gets to be one with X. You see, he becomes the anointed one, or some words, and he is a ruler forever. Because this is a function of X. So he's the really rightful ruler, even though Saul runs the house for a while. He's still the rightful one, and he'll get that one. See?
Just play music to him.
Yeah, just play or whistle to him or something, whatever. In other words, casually observing, don't get in the battle with him. If you notice in the story, always David would not battle with Saul.
Against the Lord's anointed.
You don't go in here and fight with this, you see. You don't do that. Because if you do, you're going to get knocked down. You don't do battle with it, you observe it and let X fight the battle. Who's going to fight the battle? But you see, we in the false eyes always want to fight the battle itself. And the real one says, we will wait and watch something else do the fight. Many expressions is used all through many ways, trying to get it across by a little story, a little allegory or something. That you don't fight with this not eyes, you observe. Now in the various groups that do exorcism, which is to cast out evil spirits from people, the operator, the exorcist, which is usually a priest or something, reads a rite. He reads a formula. And if this starts talking, all the non-eyes start screaming at him and insulting him, he must not answer him. If he does, he's whipped and usually destroyed. Knocks him out. So it's, again, a picture of what happens. Now, if the not-eye goes in, if the real eye, the observer, comes in here and you're going to improve these and straighten them all out, it gets sucked in and destroyed. If it stands off and observes, it doesn't work. Now, what we're trained to see is what a lot of not eyes are like. There is 7 basic groups, 7 patriarchs, 2 basic parties, A and B. Each one has God's kids, and there's hundreds of them, and they're very cunning, and they constantly are attempting to suggest I into being controlled. But then, back to this one. And this one over here tries to get this. These are the 2 things that the non-eyes try to get you to not read, to be identified, which is what it amounts to. It means go throw a thing in the world away. It says not to be identified with it. And this one is bring but sleep. So there's 2 basic ways it works. Now, we can observe it. You will not succeed in doing it 100% of the time. Now, one of them said to Faye a while ago, one of the non-eyes said, now, to the real observer, didn't say anything, it said to the real observer, now you better go check with Bob to see if you're doing it right. You know, and go, and once it catches that observer out there, it's going to try to knock it off. So it said, hey, you better go check Bob and see if you're doing that right. That right there. Well, trying to get you caught. See, it makes you doubt. This little eye is weak. It hasn't been awake very long. And one run over and said to Jim a while ago, you better keep your mouth shut or you'll get exposed. No, they're on the job 100% of the time. It was like the little old lady said, somebody said to her, you could compliment anybody, even if the devil come by, you compliment him. She said, well, I have to admit, he's always on the job. So the not eyes are always on the job. And they're constantly working to cast doubt, to cast twist. What is the fancy word? Caluny. How do you pronounce that name? Calumny? Slander. That was a slander. The not eyes are all slanderers, and they're constantly trying to knock I off of its position because they want to ever have. Now, we can sit down and say we're going to do it anyway. Have every intention of doing it. I may succeed in only paying attention and being aware objectively 1 minute today, and that in 60 different sessions. When I do that. 20 seconds at a time, 60 different tricks, but I've gained that much. And I will keep on doing it. And I want to make some self-improving. I say, well, you should have done it more than that. Yes, I agree. You've been hollering at you all afternoon, so well, you haven't been hardly observing yourself at all. It's always just like the one that said, hey, well, he saw her doing it just a minute. He saw the eye up there doing his job. He said, you better check the Bible, see if you're doing it right. See? Now, we're not kicking anything. We're trying to point out that this is a literal fact. We are not talking about something that is may and may not exist. We're trying to experience it. I'm not asking you to believe nothing, but you are beginning to experience something going on around that kind of that nature. Is that right? Huh? When you observe it, it's something tries to get you to identify with the self almost instantly. Huh? Very quick. So, or a little quicker than that, yes. I may notice that some eyes always criticize their existence in another person.
That one hurt.
There's some eye that's in a person that always jumps up and criticizes their cousin in another person. Same guy, another eye that's in me. One here would get up and criticize it if he saw that eye in you. Right, it's terrible. Right, feel bad about it. Now then he's got you going. We can observe that when he's doing that. We don't know whether it's good or bad, right or wrong. It's just a custom of earthlings.
I really know better than that.
No, it's just a custom of earthlings. They don't even have such procedures where you came from. So now you're discovering one custom of earthlings. Is that if somebody has a certain commotion going inside themselves, they never notice it themselves, but they always criticize it in other people. Now that's a custom of earthlings. So is this objective observer says that's the custom on earth. I want to find out what to do, and that's one of their customs. Okay? Then you wouldn't be, that would be objective about it, right? So earthlings do that. Earthlings get an urge ever so often to go out and kill each other. Call it war. You don't know where it's good or bad. It's just a strange custom that you've never acquainted with, so it's a custom of earthlings, isn't it? Go ahead and kill each other every once in a while. I may notice that when a contradiction is recognized, that a self-improving eye will make great effort to the observer, to identify with the self-improving eye. When you've noticed a contradiction in the self, sitting up watching see the contradiction, the self-improvement will come quickly and say, we got to fix that. Start you to trying to do again. Okay, about an hour. Let's take about 10 minutes stop off. No, let's wait a minute. And we'll go. I may notice that when a not I in the self has been observed without condemnation or justification, that you really observed a not I objectively, a few times, not once now, but a few times, you've seen the same one come by, objectively, that I is rendered inoperative. You'll never see it again. But now, one time won't get it gone, but you see him come by once, objective, and don't identify with it. You see it come by twice, and you don't identify with it. You don't condemn it or justify it. You see it about 4 times, and then you'll never see it again. He fumbles out. You can't take it.
Does he have a lot of children that have the same qualities, though?
No, but he has some cousins, but not his exact brand.
But you said you saw an opposite. Remember his opposites come up?
When one of his opposites come by, you knock him off again, too. But you see any one of them, any one eye, and you'll see hundreds of them in a day. But if you see one, around a dozen, and you see them objectively, and you see it do it about 3 or 4 times, like, well, now there's one that criticizes itself in another person. You see him do that 4 times, and you don't fight him, and don't condemn him or justify him. You just notice that's a trait of earthling. It's rendered inoperative. You'll never see it again, for some reason or other. Unless a not I can entice I to identify with it, it cannot receive energy to continue to operate.
A ray of hope.
A ray of hope. It can't continue to operate because it has to get its gas from X. And once it's observed a few times, it has objectively, it has no energy to operate, and it's gone.
Why are the not-eyes like that?
Huh?
Why are the not-eyes treated like that?
Mine too.
Yeah, they scream bloody murder about that.
No, they like that idea because the not-eyes can really get in there and do it.
Right, they sure can't either, but that's it. I may notice that self has the right not to have unpleasant emotions. you may notice that the self has the right not to have unpleasant emotions.
That's what I always thought until now.
You really have the right not to have it. It's the only right you have in this world is the right not to have unpleasant emotions. You really have that right. Very few people use it, but you have it.
Now this is a true one.
You really have the right not to have it, but you've never used that one right you have. You've been trying to have every other kind you didn't have.
Let's call it a privilege.
Dr. Bob,
No, I wanted to be emphatic. It's really, you have one right in this world.
in real estate, we had a term, pass on termites, and they said that if they get them from underneath the house and expose them, they die.
Well, they can't live outside the ground.
They've got, it's
Can't be in light. That's right, and neither can these termites live without light. So this is what the whole idea of a self-observing is, to throw light where there has been darkness. The not eyes love darkness and hate the light. And all the not eyes are opposed to light. And that's why when the observer comes up with his flashlight and starts looking at them, they scream and make an awful lot of noise. But if he gets identified with them and starts hating the light, kind of messed up. But you see, we stay out there and keep throwing the flashlight in there, and the termites can't live with light on. That's for, and that's up there on that one. We will stop there for a while. We'll start again in about 5 or 10, 15 minutes. As one continues to observe self, certain things happen. Now, we're not going to put any time limit or anything. It's because one of us observes a few seconds, an hour, and some maybe forget it for a week, and then we wake up again and do it again. But as long as there's 2 or more around, you can always remind the other one when they get caught too badly in one. Now, as I continue in this work of objective awareness of the host of not I, there's many of them, there's a host of them. Confession is experienced. Confession of the state of the inner self. Now, it's not something one can do, it's something one experiences as a byproduct of observing eyes. It happens. It is not something one can do. And as I continue this work, surrender is experienced. Surrender of the purpose of the self to be non-disturbed, basically. And surrender of its methods. Now, you cannot do this, because if you try, you will find you're standing on your ear in the corner and you're still doing the same old thing you was doing before. You're still trying to use that as a means of non-disturbance. But one does experience the ending of this urge to be non-disturbed and of using the methods. In other words, the party system goes out, the 7 basic decisions dissolve. Now, you cannot do this, but you will experience it happening. And surrender the false picture of self, of this pretty one we said that made vanity and pride to defend it. A false picture of the self and the need to defend it. You will experience the death of pride and vanity. You cannot kill it. And there is nothing you can do, only be consciously aware of it, and you will see them fall apart. And as I continues its work, one experiences a change of values. Our repentance, it's called in the technical terms, a complete re-evaluation. In other words, you will find that you value the things that you used to run from, second force, and that you put no value on non-disturbance, which you used to struggle after so hard. But you didn't do it, you experienced it. Now, there are certain people who rush around and holler that all salvation, which means the salvaging of that which was lost, which is I, is a gift. It is. But before one can receive the gift, one has to be awake. What good would it do to give a dead person a gift, you see? So one has to arise from the dead. The gift is always offered, but one has to at least wake up and be conscious, or what good would a gift do? Would you go out and drop a gift on a grave out in the cemetery down the street, Karina? even to somebody you knew real well and enjoyed much, you would no longer do that.
A lot of people do.
You know, not a gift. They go out and please the relatives.
Right.
To do what will people think if I don't visit the grave? But they're still serving not I. Well, would you give a gift? Obviously not. Now, X, life, spirit, whatever word you want to use, is constantly offering a gift, but we have to be awake. Now, they sometimes seemingly always forget that you have to be awake to receive the gift, so they holler about it being a free gift, but nobody ever gets in a position to receive it. As I continues its work of objective awareness of the self, one experiences being washed of anger. You find it don't show up anymore. You kind of laugh instead of getting mad like you used to. There is washed of guilt and of fear and insecurity, and envy and jealousy and annoyances, and resentments, etc. One experiences this. You cannot bring it about. You can put on a front and play a role for a little while until your guard's down, and then I can get you angry again, huh? All I'm going to do is poke you for a minute when you watch. So at the right time, place, and circumstance, you're distracted for a few minutes from your pretty little game playing and playing a certain role, and blap, you're back in the same old bit. But this is premise. One arises a new man where there is I, with a line drawn under it, and no, not I. Now, this is a happening. It isn't something you can do. One then sees things, person, events, forces, all things differently, sees it newly, and this is a new person. Now, being a new person, you don't know what it's like, so you'll have to wait to find out. So nobody can promise you anything, but you can, if you observe, finally experience these things. One has a different attitude, a different behavior, and a different state of being. One experiences being born again into a state where all is new. Obviously, you're kind of lost there. When you suddenly got dropped down in Turkey tonight, would you know how to behave, Alan? It'd be kind of fascinating, but
Be different.
it'd be different. So it'd be new anyway, wouldn't it? One experiences eating the body of Christ. Wisdom or truth. You know, we have many things that we worry about what we're going to eat. Somewhere the great teacher said you had to eat his body. Now, obviously, he wasn't talking about arms and legs and etc., long pig. He was talking about eating his nature, which is our inner state, what we nourish the inner being with, and that is wisdom, or truth. And drinking the blood, which was, of course, love, or agape, the love principle. So one realizes, experiences, you didn't do it, it happened. As a byproduct of arising, waking up, arising, and disidentifying from everything, one then experiences the state of being, wisdom, and love. Agape. The one experiencing has entered what has been referred to as the kingdom of heaven, or higher mind, or a new realm of being, where the basis is love and understanding. Now, obviously, we don't know very much about that state at the moment because basically everybody is violent. Is that right? We don't know anything about it, so let's don't assume when there is nothing we can do to achieve it, except the one thing we can do in design is to be objectively aware, and we're very sick when it comes to that ability, so we'll only do it a little bit at a time until it activates. Now, in that state, there is consideration, there is harmlessness, and making a contribution. But we don't know anything about those. We do know maybe about being condescending to people because they're weaklings and I'm so much better than they are. We may know something about helping people to fit my exalted idea of what they ought to be like. And we may know something about giving. but we don't know anything about making a contribution. So this is all unknown to us, and this is where the teaching has to be the part that says over here, and Christ's light will enlighten thee, because you will never be able to achieve it. Now, man is attempted to do all those things that only our mind can do, and he's ignored doing the one thing he can do. You know, do you ever have kids around? They always wanted to do, they wanted to make bread. When they didn't know it wasn't big enough to make bread, but they wouldn't sweep the floor. It's big enough.
I didn't
You know,
do anything like that.
You know, keep them out of the kitchen. Need to run them all out of the kitchen. I want nobody. Even when I cook in Karita's kitchen, I won't let her come in. She don't object to me. Now, when one has experienced these things, other things are added unto. Now, one of the things we had on the board yesterday is about valuing, right? Valuing. Now, there is a little story told in a book somewhere that says, why do you worry about what you're going to eat, what you're going to wear, what you're going to put on, where you're going to sleep? That after all these things, the Gentiles, which is all the not eyes, if you're interested, that's what a Gentile is the not eyes. That's what they're seeking after. But seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all this other junk will be added unto you. Now, people, of course, take all that literally. You know, it's a wonderful thing. Now, there is enough automatic working down in the not eyes to keep you food, clothing, shelter, and so forth. They do it all the time, don't they? But eye is not to spend any of its time trying to figure out how to make a dollar or anything. It doesn't know how. Its whole job is to be concerned with discovering its true nature up here. Being a little later for a minute. So, the not eyes are the Gentiles, and they are trying to be not disturbed with this and this and this and that, and all their kids is working in there with the thousands of them. So you don't have to worry about that. The only job that I, with a line drawn under it, has is to be concerned with observing all the Gentiles. And if you observe the Gentiles will make a living. Don't fret about it, they do. Now, it doesn't mean that all of a sudden I should never know about food and things. Now, some people taking this literally will retire, go live in the cabin without any money and without any job or anything else. They will, one of the not-eyes says, that's the way to do it. Now, we'll go off and don't do it during things. You get hungry that way, too, because the not-eyes are off the job. The Gentiles quit working. But the Gentiles will work and earn a living, don't they, Bill? They sure run around and really keep everything going smooth and fine. They really work hard to be sure the steakhouse runs right. Huh? Sure. Now, up here just need to do this. Now, many people have come around over the last few years while we've talked about many things, and one thing we mentioned that faith was the ability to make up the mind. Of course, all the not-eyes don't do that. So, everything that they tried to make up their mind about was something that would make them further non-disturbed. More money, bigger house, etc. All right? Any of you ever tried it? Was that what it was about? And of course it missed the boat and jumped your mouth. Because it wasn't making up the mind. And even if it was capable of so doing, it was to be spent on one's passions or sensations. There is a statement somewhere that said, ask and you shall receive. And then there is another one that says, you ask and you do not receive because you ask amiss that you may spend it on your sensations. So, you see, that's seemingly a contradiction, but it isn't. Because one who is asking to spend it on their sensations can't make up their mind, because then another one jumps up there and says, yeah, but are you sure that's what you want? You can't quite go there, so you don't get it even though you are asking. Now, the I, the observer, has no concern with how about making a living, has no concern with fixing the car or anything else. It has one purpose, is to observe the not-eyes, observe the Gentiles, all the not-eyes. The not-eyes will be quite busy making a living, attempting to be non-disturbed, and etc. while you observe it. Okay? Now it says once this achieves this business of doing its job, then all these other things will be added up to you, and you will have to experience that, but I will verify that to the best of my knowledge it's correct. That once this can take over reasonably in here, then making money is not very hard, if that's what you want, or at least being provided with food, clothing, shelter, transportation is not difficult. And that's all we can have. Is that right, Rachel? We can food, clothing, shelter, transportation, that takes care of the whole work, doesn't it? That's got it all. And it does take care of that very nicely. But this is talking about two entirely different things. Does that help answer your question, Jim? The Gentiles make the living. I observe the Gentiles make the living. Now, they not let some Gentile get in there, and he says, well, let's just throw it all away and seek the kingdom of heaven, and how with all this work, huh? That's one of the lazy not-eyes. He says, get rid of it, huh?
Why is it Israelite?
Yeah. And one of those lazy not-eyes says, let's drop the whole thing. Let's give it all away and go. Something will provide for us. Right? Now, there's two different eyes. Now, in this story, it talks about two different classes of beings. The Gentiles worry about what they're going to eat, what they're going to wear, what they're going to put on, how to pay the bills. This one is not to get identified with that chore. It is to observe them do it. Okay, now does that help clarify pretty plainly? This one is interested in only one thing, and it does not identify with the not I. It doesn't get caught in this one. Now, people have taken this one literally over here, Jim. So therefore, every one of you who does not renounce all that he possesses cannot be my student. And they've renounced houses and automobiles and jobs and money and got hungry because there is no mercy on misunderstanding. Now, renounce is to disidentify from the Gentiles, okay? Now, as this one out here says, the same thing as the one we just talked about. It's to disidentify. This is going on work. You watch and see it now, huh? Now, there may be a lazy one get up in there and say, well, let's dump the whole thing and see if we're not provided for. Maybe the food will fall through the ceiling. Manna from heaven, it will fall right through the ceiling. But you see, again, it's time and place. But it was a time and place. And it's manna will fall out of the heavens, but Gentiles can't see it. Okay? Manna always falls out of heaven, but the Gentiles can't see it. So this is to separate and to see what is I and what is not I. The not I's earn the living. And don't let one of those lazy ones come up and get I, the real I, to identify with it that we should go to sleep and forget it. Because they'll try it. Quite often. You've heard them talk, haven't you? Huh? Yeah. Right. And so one is disidentified and barely watches them. As one would listen to birds whistle in the backyard, okay?
You want to do that story of the woman that came to the master and he said something about, or she said something about the crumbs of the table?
Yeah.
He doesn't.
Feel like. Okay, there was a woman came and asked for a healing for her child, as the story goes. Now, this is a parable, like all other things. It's a parable, not a history. She came and asked for a healing for her child. Now, she was a foreigner. She was one of these.
I'll go to Brussels.
She came and said, my child is sick, and I want you to heal it. And the casual observer said, no, I'm sent to seek and find the lost sheep of the house of Israel. My job is to wake up this. And she finally stayed around a little bit and indicated that she was awakening up a little bit and said, yes, but even, and he said it wasn't fit to throw the food meant for the children to the dogs.
He called her a dog, this is according to the story. And me today, you'd say bitch, you know. And that's not a very nice complimentary word, is it? You say it wasn't meant to give to bitches. So, but she said, and she didn't get all angry and etc. She said, yes, that's true. But even the dogs get to eat the crumbs under the table. And he said, all right, you can come up. In other words, that eye became an eye, was a sleeping eye, and got to be lifted up because it wasn't in conflict in any way and was quite capable of saying, yeah, well, I see how that is. And so it woke up a sleeping eye, one of these. Now, we said sometimes a shock is necessary, and I'd say that'd be kind of a shock. That if you went and asked for a little favor from somebody and they said, I'll hang it out. What I have to offer is for another group of people, and I'm not about to give it to dogs. Looking at you, how would you do it, Faye? Would you get your feelings hurt and run, or would you stay there and contend a minute and say, yeah, I agree with you? But even the dogs get to eat your crumbs under the table. You see, we're fourth being there, so it showed a conscious one of a degree of consciousness was right. That's to wake and rise. She was a beautiful example of it.
Maybe this is where the problem ceased to be a problem and became a challenge. The child with this.
No, it was there. But the whole point was not taking it on a historical or literal level, but on a point that somebody can see that shock woke them up. Okay, and sometimes you must increase the necessity. That's why
it's the blunt statement of the shock.
Oh, sure. And it wasn't done to hurt or harm, but it's to check out the situation. Now, maybe there is a sign, there's an eye, and sometimes it takes some kind of a conscious shock to awaken a person. Now, we've been trying to put out a few conscious shocks to look at your state, huh? Yes.
Most of those that come to me, seems to me, puts me to sleep.
Well, no, they don't put you to sleep. That's a little blamer.
That's true. But, I mean, that's what happens.
Well, that's true. We sleep when we got there, and we sleep when they left. So
seems like when nothing's happening, it's more observant. Then when something hits you, it seems like it all goes.
No, you go to sleep then because poor little guy gets shocked, and he immediately identifies with one of those hollers, help.
Yeah.
And he's a very helpful eye.
Well, how do you mean that then? Somebody gets a shock, and they would do the opposite.
It's a conscious shock.
Different.
It is a shock that you recognize consciously, not an unconscious one. In other words, if I hit you in the head while you're asleep, it don't do much good. But if you see, you don't get it. I said a conscious shock that you can see. Yeah, this is really a happening, and you don't identify with it, but you see it, and that is a shock, and it sometimes awake sleeper and arise from the dead. That is the constant challenge to every one of us. Wake up. Now, you know when you're having a nightmare, you're in a terrible problem. You wake up a little bit, you don't have the nightmare, and everything's all right. Now, if you wake up still more, all these other mares get out of the way. The whole direction of anything is to awaken. And awaken is only by being objective, not subjective, not being involved with the situation. That is sleep. Hypnotic. Now, obviously, nobody here is in bed sleep, but we are mostly, I hope, beginning to recognize that basically we're walking around in a somnambulistic, hypnotic trance. And I hope you can see. If you do, then you see that is a shock. One sees that is a shock. And when you have that shock, you start waking up. And when you start waking up, you start observing. And then you'll get some other little shocks along the way. But to recognize that we are mechanical. We don't know how to do anything, but we have dreamed we knew how to do everything. Is that right? And what we didn't know how we could learn if we just got in there and did it. But you don't know how to catch the take two. I know how to dodge it, don't you? But did you, or did that just happen? And you observe it. So you see that we are machines. Now, to recognize that I'm a machine, after thinking all these years I was very bright and alert and intelligent and all this, it's kind of a shock.
Yeah.
Now that's what we're trying to do, is to recognize our state. It is not to condemn it. It's not to justify it. It's not to jump up and say, what am I going to do about it? It is to recognize the state objectively. When we do that, some very unusual things begins to occur. You'll find it's very easy to observe the self. And that's all we're working at. Because if you start observing the self, the rest of it you will experience. And my job's all done. But if we just talk, and you don't ever get around to the point of observing, then all we did was clitter the ivories, you know, both mine and thine. And it did nothing. So we're trying to see the work idea. And the work is to remember again and again to observe objectively the self. The self is a lot of thoughts, basically, a lot of suggestions, which are in the form of suggestions. Now you say, I thought, but do you know how to think? Or do they just happen?
Right.
They're just there, set off by a mechanical procedure, and they sound like they're telling you all sorts of goodies. They are suggestions. When you hear it as a suggestion, in some of the material it says that a person is 100% subject to suggestion 100% of the time. Now, to be subject to something means I'm vulnerable to it. It doesn't mean I'm controlled by it. But if I'm aware that I'm 100% subject to suggestion 100% of the time, I'm not controlled by suggestion. But if I ever forget that I'm 100% subject to suggestion 100% of the time, I'll find I'm controlled by it. Now, these thoughts are all suggestions. You don't mind if I talk about it, you won't have to. You and I, Sherry, Sherry had a little suggestion sitting down there that she was just on the last legs of existence on this world. She's going to die any minute. You're dying, you're dying, you're dying, you're dying, is hollering at her. Now, that was a suggestion, wasn't it? You called it thoughts, but it was really in the form of a suggestion. And it was making Sherry pretty miserable. It didn't make any of us miserable. One time I pulled a man off of a peg that he had jumped and hung his throat on. He was trying to kill himself. I got him down and patching the hole in his throat, and he just bled a little bit. Didn't do too much damage. And I said, what's a fine-looking young guy like you trying to kill yourself for? And he said, if you had voices screaming at you 24 hours a day that you raped your mother, wouldn't you kill yourself? I said, no, I'd pat myself on the back. He said, you're a devil. You know, never get through those things a little bit. But these thoughts, which he experienced as a voice, which they get so identified with them that they do sound like voices, like there's something screaming at you and hollering at you. Now, this is when we've been at it a long time. Intimidated by thoughts. And these thoughts are in the form of suggestion. Now, you say, I thought it, and you don't see it as that. If you say there is a hotshot suggestion from a not I, there's altogether different relationship to it. Huh? Now, you got to be observant before you can do that. Otherwise, you say, I thought it, just mechanically, huh? And you can't think of thought, period. It's utterly impossible. Thoughts think in existence, and not I all times. It's the other way around. A thought thinks into existence, and not I. But it's a purely mechanical operation set off by an association. You want to demonstrate that? You want me to demonstrate it to you? You're kind of doubting that, but you want me to demonstrate it?
Go ahead.
Heber.
Okay.
Now, what's going through your head?
Now, that I can be aware of. Let's see.
Heber City.
House.
A house. And now then, house. Whose house?
My mother's.
Yeah, on it goes now. And pretty soon there's all sorts of things. And all of her fussing at you about hurrying up and getting it remodeled and you didn't get on the ball.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, all went through there, didn't it? Now, it was set off by what? A sound over here. You hadn't thought of that for a while.
I still haven't.
You are, too. It's going through there pretty fast, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
You couldn't keep from thinking about it. I told you not to think of a white elephant. Why you got what words you got?
White elephant. But can you be thinking of that and not be aware of it?
Well, it's going to what you call thinking.
Well, yeah.
What do you call thinking?
Oh, just an image in the mind.
Oh, well, what if it's not an image, just some words going through? What do you call those?
Just words going through.
Oh, that's thought too.
Yeah.
Okay. So some people call it thought and some of them call it something else. Did you remember Heber City when I asked the word a while ago?
Oh, sure.
Okay. All right. Call it remembering. It's still thought. So, you see, one person used one word for something. You said you remembered. Now, you hadn't remembered it in a while, had you? Until I used the word.
That's right.
So it was a mechanical thing.
That's right.
That happened.
True.
Where you called it thought or remembered. You see how far communication get apart. He called it remember and I call it thought, so he's not thinking at all.
I wasn't even aware that I'd remembered it.
No, I know you weren't.
Really?
But you had to have the
That's
word.
what I did, and I saw it later.
Now that you stand off and look at it
Yeah.
a little bit, now you'll see that all those run around through there. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Our store's on the corner of the square downtown.
Now, which town?
Heber.
Bank.
Now, did you remember that?
Yep.
How long has it been since you had a picture of that bank in your mind?
Quite a while.
And was it put there because of any effort on your part or from a mechanical stimuli from outside?
Right.
Okay. Does that help clarify that? That you don't think, nobody knows how to think. They happen. Huh? It's a mechanical thing, and we're never aware of it. We always said, I'm doing it, as if we knew how to think. You know how to think?
Not anymore.
But they do happen, don't they? All right, they go on. But it's something you can observe objectively, because it's not you doing it. Is that all right, Diane?
Mm-hmm.
We can generate all sorts of things. Huh? If I say South Carolina, what goes around the mind?
Go. That's not what I think.
But you don't think it. And you didn't think of it, but it occurred in the mind. The machine went to work when I threw it out there, right? Huh?
Zip, zip, zip.
Zip, 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 zip. Did it something you did, or is something that happened? Something that just happened. Now, we want to be aware of these because we've been called them. I do. I think. I worry. I do this. I do that. I do the other. And we believe all that stuff. Now, it is not something we're doing. It is something that's happening, and I has been put to sleep, basically, and believes it's doing all these things. Now, in hypnosis, you can hypnotize a person into feeling that they have a paralyzed arm, and they can't move their arm. And you get healed in a little while. You can come now, they can move it, they can move it.
See how inaccurate that memory bank is. South Carolina, Gopher is not in South Carolina. So I could catch that.
Yeah, well, the thing, well, a lot of false information went in the programming, and so it just bounced around there. And one of them put it in there one day, it was in South Carolina, and the other one found out it wasn't, and the second one came up and said, nah, it wasn't the way it was at all. There was a little argument that went on in there. Huh? Okay? Question, comment, discussion, what have you. Now, there is work. The work is to objectively observe the not eyes without condemning them or without justifying them, seeing them as interesting specimens. Okay? Seeing the self as an interesting specimen of an earthly, with a whole gob of separate entities running around in it, all saying I to the same one, all answering to the same name. They all say their name's Jim. Yeah, they even talk in the same voice. They really prime performance. They all say, this is Jim. Hey, this is Jim. Send me over 100 pounds of beans. This is Jim. Send me over a new car. This is Jim. Send a cutie over. Boom, boom, boom. All of them talk in the same voice, and they don't agree with each other at all. But they all use Jim's name, and they mimic his voice perfectly. Huh? And each one has a separate will as to what ought to be. Is that right? One wants to go to New Jersey, and one wants to run a restaurant, and one says, well, you better figure out the right thing before you do either one. Right, and then there's 100 more of them in there that's got other little tricks that they'd like to do. Now, this is only to be observed, but you see there's a whole plan. Okay? Okay, we will see you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Have a very lovely evening. The steakhouse is open tonight, and before all the strong bodies leave that's not gainfully employed immediately, so you go ahead, put the tables back in place and vacuum Bill's floor.